Good morning, friends. Our program will now begin. Please silence your cell phones.
היו ימים חמים, ימי בצורת, פניי יבשו כסדק אדמה, שדי כמל ולא נותר לקצורת, שאלתי, לחשתי, בשביל מה? החורף שוב היכה בי כל כך ערב, והמבט כוסה גרירי בשתי עיניי, ומסדקי קירות ניבט העצב, שאלתי, נחשתי עד מתי, אך לעת ערב עם רוח ערב, עלינו שלא ידאג ביתי, אני יודעת, אני שומעת, מישהו הולך תמיד איתי, אך לעת ערב עם רוח ערב, עלינו שלא
Please welcome Shai Weingarten, Executive Director and Co-President, Weingarten Foundation.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to Z3. Before we begin, I would like to ask everyone to stand up. Join me in observing a moment of silence to honor the memory of the people we have lost so far in this war. Thank you. You may be seated. I would like to read a Kaddish prayer that was written for a Shabbat HaShchora, the Black Shabbat of October 7th. קדיש מאת אסף גור. התגדל והתקדש שם רבה, ואף אחד לא בא. כמה אלפים קראו לו בשבת בבוקר, זעקו את שמו, התחננו בדמעות שרק יבוא. אבל הוא שבת מכל מלאכתו. שום אלוהים לא הגיע, ושום אלוהים לא הרגיע. רק השטן חגג בלי הפרעה. מפזז בין הקיבוצים למסיבת הטבח, וכתבנו מוסיף ומדווח, בין לבין גם מתייפח, שיש תינוק שרוף ויש תינוק חטוף, ויש תינוק יתום ויש תינוק בן יום, מוטל, מחובר בחבל הטבור לגופת אמו. ולא הספיק אפילו לגלות מה שמו. מה יירשם על המצבה הקטנטנה, עם תאריך אחד ללידה ולפטירה? כך נראה הקיבוץ אחר ביקור השטן. מחזיר את השידור לאולפן. עכשיו שקט, יורים, ויש גם שיגורים, ואין ממשלה ואין רחמים, ורק הצרחות והתמונות לא יצאו לעולם מהראש. 7 באוקטובר, 2023. Dear guests, what the Jewish people and the people of Israel have endured in the past 30 days is unimaginable. Older generations tried to tell us what evil is, but until October 7th, we didn't understand. Never again is now, and now more than ever, we need to unite, to come together as we're doing here today. Only when we unite, we'll be able to light the darkness. As we all mourn, it is important to recognize our opportunity in playing a vital role in this war. We owe it to our brothers and sisters in Israel, to the ones who are lost, kidnapped, and to our soldiers. You and I have an obligation to tell their story. We're better when we are together. We're best when we unite. May we be one together forever. Am echad, lev echad. Am Yisrael chai. Thank you.
Please welcome Zack Bodner, President and CEO, Oshman Family JCC.
Good morning. Boker Tov. Welcome to Z3 2023. I want to invite you to join me in taking a breath. Let's acknowledge that it's been hard. It hasn't been easy just to do the basic things. So I want to thank you for being here this morning. I want to thank you for getting out of bed, for getting dressed, for brushing your teeth. At least I hope you brushed your teeth. But look around. There are 1,000 people here today. You've shown up. That's a big deal. You've shown up. These are your people. This is your community. This is your family. So my tremendous gratitude for being here today. Look, friends, this is by far the toughest conference for us to plan over the last 9 years. And in part, it's because we had to plan 2 conferences, frankly. There was the conference we planned before October 7th, and the conference we planned in the last 4 weeks. And the one we had before October 7th was pretty great. Judicial reform was the centerpiece. We knew that our community was divided. We spent a lot of time thinking about how to make it a thoughtful conference, and we were pretty darn proud of ourselves. And then the pogrom of October 7th happened, and all that went out the window. And our incredible team had to figure out, how do we make this meaningful? How do we strike the right tone? How do we have incredible speakers knowing so many of our Israelis weren't going to be able to come? And mostly, how do we create a moment of unity and a moment of action in this time? And I'm really glad and really proud of the work the team has done, and I want to thank them. So on the back of your programs, you will see the names of everybody who was involved in this. Turn it over, look at it, see how many people made this conference a reality. You will be the judge by the end of the day of whether it was a success or not. There are 4 people in particular that I want to name, though. 4 people. Because they have been working around the clock. They've been sitting with their own pain and grief and continue to work to make today what it is. So first of all, the architect of this entire thing, the director of the Z3 project, to Amitai Framan. Incredible job. Second, to the woman who put together the entire conference. This was her baby. She was working nonstop. Maya Yaniv. Maya, wonderful job. Thank you. And to the woman who has led the 4 leadership labs that we will have leading tomorrow. There's a number of people here from all over the world who've come to learn from today and to stay after and spend all day tomorrow figuring out how to bring this back to their communities all over the world. To Dror Stein for putting together our Z3 leadership labs. Thank you. And finally, to the Grande Dame herself, the grandmother of this whole movement, to Ronit Jacobs and the head of the ICC. Yeah. I also want to thank our incredible volunteer base, led by our board chair, Tali Ronen. Thank you, Tali, for all that you do every day. To our board of directors, to this Z3 committee, small but mighty team. You already met Shai Weingarten, and there's Aran Sandhouse and Linda Kurtz. Thank you to the volunteers leading this effort. And finally, I want to thank by name a handful of our sponsors, our partners. Again, everybody who supported this financially listed in the program, but there's a handful of people whose audacious generosity has made this a reality year after year. To the Reinhardt family, to the Rayant family, to the Coombe family, the Weingarten family, the Dianes, the Sauls, the Leslies, and the Fuchsmans. Thank you for all that you do every single day. And last but not least, there are a handful of foundations that have supported us since the beginning. The Toby Foundation, the Corette Foundation, Paul Singer Foundation, Jim Joseph Foundation, and the Jewish Community Federation and Endowment Fund. Thank you. All right, so here's what I want to do with my time this morning. I want to put today in context for you and get you a little activated as we set up the day. First of all, context. I want you to understand that this is the first conference since October 7th. The first time we're bringing 1,000 people together to have this conversation. There have been rallies. There have been solidarity trips to Israel. There have been countless Zoom calls with experts. But this is the first time we're bringing 1,000 people together in the room. And there's hundreds more, by the way, down on the other side of campus who couldn't fit in here. There's hundreds more on Zoom right now watching this. But we have the left and the right, Republicans and Democrats, Orthodox and secular, Israelis and diaspora Jews. We have everybody in the community here together today to talk about this. This is a big deal. It's an important moment, and I don't want that to go unrecognized. Now, here's what we have in store for you today. There's going to be a little bit of something for all parts of us, body, mind, and soul. We're going to have a little bit of ability to hug each other, to grieve. We're going to have some families here who you will meet who have family members who have been kidnapped. We have a room set up for them on campus. You'll be able to go, give them a hug, offer them whatever support they need. If they get here in time, you'll be able to hear from them on the stage. We're still kind of figuring out what their flight plans are. You're also going to get informed. The first set of breakout sessions are about information. What's going on geostrategically in the Middle East? What's the security situation like? What's going on college campuses? How do you talk to your kids about this stuff? And then the second set of breakouts are going to be all tachlis, action. We want you leaving here with your own to-do list. How do you get involved in political advocacy with the folks from JCRC and APAC? How do you deal with social media, right? How do you actually help on campuses? How do you talk to your kids? How do you think about the future and what the future looks like in this dark moment? And then we're going to end the day on a theme of resilience, Jewish and Israeli resilience. And our hope for today is to celebrate our unity and lead everybody in this room to action, inspire you to act. If you don't walk out of here knowing that you have to do something with your to-do list, we won't have succeeded. Because how can you not be motivated in this moment? How can you not act? 1,400 Israelis butchered on October 7th, 240 taken, stolen from their homes, being held in captivity in Gaza. Tens of thousands of Israelis every single day going into bomb shelters because of rockets falling. And hundreds of thousands of young boys and girls in uniform called up to protect the Jewish homeland. If that doesn't inspire you to act, I don't know what does. But friends, this isn't just about Israel. This is Jews around the world. This is a global Jewish peoplehood moment. Did you see what happened in Russia when hundreds stormed the airport wanting to attack Jews who'd arrived on a plane from Tel Aviv? Did you see what happened when the main Turkish newspaper wrote an op-ed calling on the Turkish government to invalidate the citizenship of every single Turkish Jew? How about what happened in Italy when the protesters said, tear down these borders so we can go and kill all the Jews? In Belgium, in England, in Germany, they've actually stopped terrorist attacks from happening against Jewish sites. And in our own country, here in the United States, our kids don't feel safe on college campuses. People are hiding their Jewish stars. They're taking down their mezuzahs. They're changing their names on their Uber accounts so it doesn't sound so Jewish. In New York, Jewish students had to barricade themselves in a library because a mob was after them chanting free Palestine. Who would have thought? Who would have thought in 2023 this is the moment we'd be in? And yet we are. I think many in our community who maybe were asleep have finally figured out anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Death to Israel is death to the Jews. So friends, we have to recognize that all Jews everywhere, we know this, we're all hurting deeply. So this is a moment to come together. This is a moment to help each other. We are better together, more effective together, stronger together. That's the theme of the conference. We are stronger together. This is that moment when we must come together. And we haven't always realized that. We've been talking about that for 9 years at this conference, how this is a diaspora Israel bringing the best of ourselves moment together. But let me give you 2 examples of how we can be better when working together. How the old Zionism 2.0 way of thinking is out the window. That way of thinking that we're going to come in and rescue you. We know better, so we're going to ride the white horse in. We in the diaspora are going to rescue Israel. Israel's going to come rescue us. That's old news. That's in the rearview mirror. This is a Zionism 3.0 moment. This is the future moment. I'll give you 2 examples. Number 1, think about what happened in the days right after October 7th, when the mainstream American Jewish community got serious, got activated, And what did we do? What do we do well? We raised a ton of money. We know how to do that. And thank God we did. We raised hundreds of millions of dollars, the American Jewish community. We've been doing it for 75 years. Actually longer, pre-State of Israel. We know how to do that. But what did the Israeli American community do? They said, wait a second, maybe this big money going through these big institutions, while great, it may not get to them on the ground in time. So the Israelis started buying equipment and chartering planes and sending stuff on the ground to Israel. They started creating Google Docs so that people could sign up to host Israelis who were trying to get back to fight in the IDF and were stuck. They started creating these little funds that can help on the ground in Israel right now. And thank God they did that. A lot of it worked. And also, some of that equipment was the wrong equipment for the soldiers. Some of the equipment got held up in customs. Some of the funds, the little funds on the ground, they couldn't validate where the money was going. So this is a perfect example of how if we work together, we will be better. Israelis helped us think about a new way of doing philanthropy. But American Jews, we know the system. We know the bureaucracy. We've been doing it for generations. We know how it works. We are stronger and better together. The second example I want to give is the political advocacy that started to take place in the days right after October 7th. Our Israelis were shocked at what they saw, not only in Israel, but what's happening here to our children, the anti-Semitism. And the Israelis were angered, they were enraged, and they were a freight train, and there was no stopping them. And they showed up at the city councils and the school boards, and they demanded that our local leaders condemn anti-Semitism, condemn Hamas, unequivocally. It was the right instinct. Yeah, absolutely. That Israeli chutzpah put it on the top of the agenda. And yet they couldn't understand why yelling and screaming at our local elected officials didn't work. They were like, don't they know? But these are mostly non-Jewish, uninformed, confused local elected officials. And the American Jewish community has been working for generations, developing the relationships through the organizations like JCRC and APEC. They knew how to work the system, the bureaucracy, how to talk diplomatically. So they knew that this fight today is only a setup for the next fight, because the fights aren't going to be over. So you can't burn bridges. So just by yelling and screaming, it isn't always going to get everything done. Another example of how combining Israeli chutzpah with American ingenuity makes us better. That's the moment that we are in. This is the Zionism 3.0. This is the moment of the future. Ever since October 7th, we've said this is a moment to double down and recognize that we have to move forward in this way. Now, I'm going to say something that's going to be equally offensive to everybody. So this is my trigger warning. This is a new thing. I have a daughter on the Columbia University campus. I have a son in high school. I have a daughter who's at Hausner, and I know now you have to say trigger warning, right? So here's my trigger warning. I'm going to offend all of you. You ready? All right, here's the thing. Jews in the diaspora, Jews have always been a minority in the diaspora, always been a minority. Since the beginning of time, Jews have been a minority. So what have we learned how to do living in the diaspora? We've learned how to keep our heads down. We've learned how to blend in. We've learned how to not create waves. And American Jews have been so comfortable here for so many generations that we've lost that sixth sense, that spidey sense that tells us there's danger on the horizon. It's been bred out of us. We've been lulled into complacency, so we didn't see the danger on the horizon. We've become a little too soft. Okay, have I offended half the audience yet? Now here's the other side. Israelis. Okay, here's the deal. Israelis live in the toughest neighborhood in the world. For them to survive, they've had to be aggressive, they've had to be tough, they've had to have sharp elbows, and thank God, they would not survive in the toughest neighborhood of the world, but for their sharp elbows. And when the Israelis come here, sometimes that assertiveness doesn't always serve their purposes as well as they'd like. Is that a fair way of saying it? Okay. And by the way, I know this personally. Most of you who know me know I married into an Israeli family. It took me a couple of years to develop the chutzpah to finally say to my wife, Ronit, why is your family always yelling at each other? She's like, I don't know what you mean. That's just how they talk. Okay? So here's my thesis. Let's take the best from Israeli chutzpah and aggressiveness. And maybe they're a little up here, and let's take the American know-how and maybe the lack of aggressiveness, and let's find a good middle ground, shall we? Shall we find that equilibrium where we take the best from each world? That's what it means. That's the future. That's what we have to do in this moment. That's truly making 1 + 1 = 3. 3.0, Zionism 3.0. right? That's how we do this. That's what we're here to do today. All right, so I'm going to end with this. Get this show on the road today. Tomorrow, 30 days will have passed since October 7th. That's the end of the Shloshim period, for those of you who are religious and understand. Now, there are many in our community who are still grieving, who can't move past Shloshim because they don't know where their loved ones are. They don't have closure in that way. But for those of us for whom we can recognize the Shloshim period has ended, we have to turn our grieving into action. We must stand there for those community members who are still in limbo. We must be there for the boys and girls in uniform in Israel. We must stand up and act. This is our moment. This is our miluim. This is our reserve service. So when you leave here today, take it on yourselves to do something to help. Thank you for being here today. Let's have a great day.
Please welcome Ambassador Marco Sermonetta, Consul General of Israel to the Pacific Northwest.
Shalom, everybody. We are gathering, as Zack just said, on the Shloshim of this brutal, genocidal, barbaric attack Hamas has committed against our people. The numbers, even at this moment, are not final and still impossible to grasp. 1,400 murdered, 6,900 injured, and 240 hostages. Unfortunately, and as an indication of the magnitude of these atrocities, many families have not yet reached this significant date in the Jewish calendar, just because some have not yet had buried their loved ones. Others had to wait until the remains were identified. Others because they simply didn't know until much later what precisely happened to their next of kin. Israel didn't want this war. You've heard this before, and I'm saying it again now. It was initiated by Hamas, unprovoked. But we are responding forcibly, and we intend to win it decisively. We simply have no other choice. That is the most important thing right now, and it is what Israelis are united around. It is reflected in the response of civil society in Israel and in the emergency unity government, which is an expression of the wishes of the vast majority of Israelis. It is also reflected, and I would like to congratulate and commend all those involved, in the extraordinary response from the overwhelming majority of Jewish and Israeli communities here in the Bay Area and beyond. Friends, the necessity and urgency to come together in one united front, both home and around the Jewish world, derives also from the fact that, as we have seen, the war against the Jewish state has been used in order to incite, intimidate, harass, and act violently against Jews everywhere, bringing anti-Semitic incidents to an unprecedented level. In the pro-Hamas demonstrations, on social media, in schools and on campuses, in attacks on Jewish-owned businesses, and in politics. It is coming from the ultra-right, from Islamic extremists, and from the progressive left. This is unacceptable and requires a tough political response. And as we continue to remind the world that there are no two sides to this war, because Israel is fighting a genocidal, anti-Semitic terrorist organization whose explicit objective is the annihilation of the state of Israel and the extermination of all Jews, masks are being torn off one by one. The masks are off of those who call themselves pro-Palestinians, but who barely 24 hours after the Hamas massacre and even before Israel had responded, took to the street in gleeful celebration of the atrocious pogrom against innocent Israeli babies, children, women, men, and the elderly. The masks are off of civil society organizations from LGBTQ to children's right to women's right, who still cannot seem to find their voice when it comes to the rape, maiming, burning, abduction, and decapitation of Jews. The masks are off of university leaderships across the US who for years have allowed the marginalization, exclusion, and intimidation of Jewish students and are now looking at the mirror of their moral failures. Alumni and donors who care about this should ensure these presidents and chancellors and leaders and boards hear from them not only now, but from now on. The masks are off of those who still insist that there's any difference between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. October 7th clearly exposed what was known to many already from much, much earlier. October 7 basically said anti-Zionism is the current mutation of anti-Semitism which seeks to annihilate the state of Israel and to murder Jews. And finally, as much as it pains me to say, but what better place and circumstances, to be honest, to say this, the masks are off of those who justify among us the murder of their own brothers and sisters, sanitize and even glorify Hamas, and accuse Israel of genocide. A minuscule fringe that unfortunately, but not surprisingly, is also amplified by some media outlets, including here in the Bay Area. Like the wicked son in the Haggadah, they have excluded themselves from our people. Friends, as the horrors of the October 7 massacre, that harrowing pogrom, continue to unfold before our eyes, it is shocking to witness how the brutality and savagery of Hamas has receded so rapidly in the memories of so many. It is even more astonishing to see how even as forensic evidence is still being recovered and remains are still being identified, there are those who already have turned to blatant denial. Well, we have not forgotten what Hamas did on October 7th. We will never forget, and we will make sure that the world does not forget either. In the meantime, as we hurt and we mourn, we shall continue to fight to defeat Hamas. We must come out of this confrontation with a new reality in Gaza, where there would no longer be a terrorist organization there with either the desire or the capability to hurt us. We must do this for our freedom, for our future, and for the future of the Jewish people everywhere. If there was ever a time when being unapologetically Jewish and Zionist was so important, if there was ever a time when the bond between Israel and Jewish communities in the diaspora was so crucial, if there was ever a time when the importance of the Jewish state of Israel was so evident, that time is now. My sisters and brothers, before I conclude, please allow me two things. First of all, to call from here, from this stage, together with all of you, I believe, for the immediate and unconditional release of all our 240 hostages in the hands of Hamas. And demand to bring them home now. And second, if I may, a prayer for our soldiers. משברך אבותינו, אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, הוא יברך את חיילי צבא ההגנה לישראל ואנשי כוחות הביטחון העומדים על משמר ארצנו וערי אלוהינו מגבול הלבנון ועד מדבר מצרים ומן הים הגדול עד לבוא הערבה ביבשה באוויר ובים. ייתן אדוני את אויבינו הקמים עלינו ניגפים לפניהם. הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור ויציל את חיילינו מכל צרה וצוקה, מכל נגע ומחלה, וישלח ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשי ידיהם. ידבר שונאינו תחתיהם ויעטרם בכתר ישועה ובעטרת ניצחון. ויקוים בהם הכתוב, כי אדוני אלוהיכם ההולך עמכם, להילחם לכם עם אויביכם, להושיע אתכם, ונאמר אמן. He who blessed our forefathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, may he bless the fighters of the Israel Defense Forces and the members of the security forces who stand guard over our land and the cities of our God, from the border of the Lebanon to the desert of Egypt, and from the Great Sea to the approach of the Arava, on land, in the air, and at sea. May the Almighty cause the enemies who rise up against us to be struck down before them. May the Holy One, blessed be He, preserve and rescue our fighters from every trouble and distress and from every plague and illness. and may He send blessing and success in their every endeavor. May He lead our enemies under our soldiers' sway, and may He grant them salvation and crown them with victory. And may there be fulfilled for them the verse, "For it is the Lord your God who goes with you to battle your enemies, for you to save you." And let us say, Amen. Am Israel Chai. Thank you.
Please welcome Rabbi Amitai Framan, Director, the Z3 Project.
Many of us, if not all of us, know someone who's been directly affected and impacted by the war that Hamas imposed on us, whether it was in the first round of violence or if it was in the subsequent fighting. And to make things worse, the situation around the world for Jews is also very bad. Many Jews and Jewish communities are targeted. People are afraid to express their Jewishness openly. Things seem pretty bleak. I'm sure this will resonate with you, but I ran out of tears. I can't cry anymore. I don't have words to express the sorrow and the pain and the anger that I have. And so when I'm out of tears and out of words, there's not much left to do but sigh. It's been said that sighs are the natural language of the heart. The Talmud tells the story of two rabbis, Ula and Rav Chisda. They're out on a walk and they come across a burnt down, charred house. Chisda, when he sees this tragedy, lets out a long sigh. Ula, his friend, instead of supporting him, chooses to remind him of something. He says, "Don't you know, Chisda, that our rabbis taught us that it's forbidden to sigh? We're not allowed to sigh. Because if we sigh, when we do that, we can weaken half our body. And there's an opinion that says it weakens our entire body." Now, when I studied this story the first time, I was a little bit surprised. What can be so bad about sighing? What's so complicated and difficult about it that it weakens half our body, let alone our entire body, that the rabbis felt they have to forbid it? But then, October 7th happened. And this story and the opinions that Ula brought made total sense. When we exhale, when we sigh in the face of tragedy, we literally deflate ourselves. We slump. We become smaller. And that's how it weakens half our body. But when it comes to the other opinion, that resonated even more. Because what I think the rabbis were trying to teach us is that exhaling in the face of tragedy, if we do it in such a profound way, and we think about the breath and the life, and think about sighing as releasing our will to live, that is even more devastating and can impact our entire body. And so after October 7th, that story made total sense. Total sense. And I think that Ula was trying to remind his friend of something so profound, that sadness, intense sadness, is okay. It's legitimate. There's space for it. You have to give it time. But you can't let it take over. Because if you let it take over, that will weaken us as individuals, as a community, and as people. So what can we do? What can we do? So I want to look at what happens after we exhale, after we sigh. What happens when we do that? We breathe. We inhale. We let life back in, just as God did to Adam. We inhale life back into us. Do it with me. Let's inhale. But another thing also happens. Did you notice what happened to our posture? Do you notice how we need to straighten up, to breathe properly? Literally uplifted. It's empowering. It's empowering. When we inhale, we let back, and we breathe, we let life back in. We let in hope. We let in hope to live. So I want to share with you some things that give me hope. The smiles on my kids' faces, that gives me hope. The fact that we are all here together. We're here to spend the day learning and crying and arguing and healing together. That gives me hope. The fact that we can open our JCC and host so many leaders from across the nation to take the message of what we're doing here at the JCC and at Z3 and spread it across the country to their communities. We have JCCs. We have leaders from the Hakel Network. We have emissaries from Jaffe. We have 30 teens from the first Teen Summit of the American Zionist Youth Council. And think about it. We have the ability to take what we have here and send it across the community and beyond. And that gives me hope. The incredible amount of acts of solidarity, the kindness, the support that we're seeing here and in Israel, that gives me hope. And above all, the fact that we live in a time where we don't have to ask for anybody's permission to be Jewish, that gives me hope. Now, during the day, I invite you to jot down some things that give you hope as well. Meditate on it, think about it in your book, in your notebook, whatever you want. Now, to be clear, just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that we have to be naively optimistic. Things are bad. There's a war, people are feeling unsafe. Things will get better, but it will take time. And we have to be strong while that time passes. But this is what I do want to iterate. This is what I'm trying to convey here. Remind myself and remind all of us. Hope is inherent in our Jewish DNA. It has been seared into the collective consciousness by the number of times we have risen from the ashes. Let me repeat that. Hope is fundamental to our Jewish identity. It's seared into our collective consciousness by the number of times we have risen from the ashes. Even in our darkest times, we believe things will get better. You know, we often talk about intergenerational trauma, but we also have intergenerational hope. That's part of who we are. And just as we must inhale after we sigh, we must also rise when we are down. Like breathing, hope comes naturally to us. As Zack shared earlier, today's program includes not only a wide range of topics and action items, but also ways to work through our emotions. And while the program starts on a somber note, we hope that by the end of the day, we are ready to sing together loudly and proudly the Jewish anthem of hope that predates our state, Hatikva. So as we embark on this day, as we work through the emotions we feel, I want to remind all of us to breathe. It will not only ground us in the moment if we feel overwhelmed, but it will also serve as a reminder that there is always hope. Am Yisrael Chai.
Arise and go now to the cities of slaughter, where lie butchered sons and mutilated daughters. Behold the images that cannot be unseen, spattered blood red as grenadine, taste in your mouth, smell in your nose, charred remains of hair and flesh and clothes. You must bear witness. Don't miss any detail. The horrors committed here are beyond the pale. See bulldozed fences that leave jagged scars across a landscape filled with burned out cars. The deserts become a killing field where teenagers fled unconcealed. At a concert for peace, they'd come to dance, massacred by terrorists when they had the chance. Forced to the ground, these beautiful young children, dragged behind a bombed out building, their bodies violated in the name of resistance. It makes you question God's very existence. Over 200 innocents they kidnapped. Brought them to Gaza, where now they're trapped. You walk from the desert to a kibbutz nearby, where you hear the buzzing of 1,000,000 flies. Pass overshadowed hearth and hold your breath. You're surrounded by images of horrific death. Splintered wood around the front door. Shattered glass covers the floor. A rocking chair where Safta used to rest. Empty, it rocks in silent protest. Turn the corner and stare in shock. Not even God can turn back the clock. Pure evil stares you in the face. This utter violation of the human race. Bullet holes in babies' beds. Murdered children, missing heads. Skulls smashed in and others raped. Please, God, please, I pray some escaped. Some hid for hours with no food or water. Shielding sons and protecting daughters in bomb shelters or safe rooms or in the mamad. Waiting to be rescued from the firing squad. They held their babies and held their breath as they heard above them the sounds of death. This terror attack shows our enemy's real goals: to kill all the people of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's about the very existence of the Jewish state. From the river to the sea is their desired fate. Armed and funded by Iran, any semblance of détente must now be gone. Now the world will finally understand that the war with the Jews is not about land. But as the blue and white flag is solemnly unfurled, we are abandoned again by the whole damn world. It starts in the papers and on the news. The media's double standard for the Jews, unwilling to call Hamas a terrorist group, treating their actions like a Boy Scout troop, using whitewashed words like militants and fighters as if they were young idealists, pulling all-nighters, falling all over themselves to be objective, revealing their moral compass to be plain defective. Would they blame a rape victim because her skirt's too short? Or justify lynching a black man for his curt retort? Hell no, they wouldn't. Those are bullshit excuses. Yet when it comes to the Jews, that's what the press produces. Social media takes the disgrace to a whole new level, with a sense of humor straight from the devil, reduced to one-liners or side-by-side pics. Sometimes doctoring memes are their dirty tricks. An image travels around the globe with a simple click, spreading lies and hate 6 million bodies thick. And many world leaders state with self-righteous voice, but how did this start? Israel gave them no choice, because the arbiters of truth try to justify the horrors as if Hamas crossed the border as curious explorers instead of calling them out for what they are: jihadi terrorists released from the bell jar. So where should we turn for moral clarity? Perhaps higher education has the mental dexterity? But sadly, our universities are the worst of the lot. A place that protects Jews, the campus is not. Student clubs march, put up posters and flyers, glorifying murderers and Holocaust deniers. Rallies with calls to end the Jewish state clearly make our children targets of hate. All we want is for schools to create a safe space where our children aren't attacked in the staircase. This isn't 1940, yet our children are afraid. Anti-Israelism today is the new crusade. But university administrators turn a blind eye. Free speech, they declare, and let the venom fly. So we plead with our allies in other affinity spaces. Will you stand with us when they get in our faces? When our enemies come, will you have our backs, just as we supported you against vulgar attacks? Now it's your turn to stand with us. Can we rely on you to get on the bus? They raise their shoulders and turn out their hands like it's not in their control with whom they stand. So who's left to rely on in our moment of need? A handful of friends match their word and their deed. A few righteous among them. We know who they are. The bravest and truest provide that North Star. They'll take up arms and go to the mat. They'd even hide us, I bet, if it came to that. But at the end of the day, it's in our own hands. The brave men and women in the Holy Land, they will write our destiny and secure our future, hold together diaspora and Israel with an iron suture. Through much more than will, it is no dream. Their bravery courses through the bloodstream, and because of them, we all hold our heads high, proudly wear our Jewish star and display our chai. Thank God for the strength of the Israeli soul. They didn't hide in dark corners or cower in a hole. They didn't crouch behind a cask or peer through the cracks. They stood up and fought the new Cossacks, defended their girlfriends and sisters and wives, defended their children and grandparents' lives. Outnumbered and outgunned, they fought anyway. They died with their honor along with the old cliche, the powerless Yid is gone once and for all. Now Israel allows every Jew to stand tall. Our Israeli brothers fought with a mighty roar, and the Lion of Judah raised his head once more. No more stooped back or trembling knees. We've reclaimed the mantle of the great Maccabees. Now we say to the world, we meant what we said. We will take our time to bury our dead, and then we'll turn to the task of defending ourselves. We will go into the attic and take down from the shelves the legacy left to us from Rabbi Akiva. In one hand, the Torah from the old yeshiva, and the other will grasp a deadly weapon, because that's what it means to say never again.
Please welcome Rabbi Shai Held, President, Dean, and Chair, Hadar Institute.
Good morning, Boker Tov. It is, to put it mildly, a difficult time to be a Jew. It's an excruciating time to be an Israeli, obviously. Agony over the death and devastation wrought by Hamas, rage at the barbaric cruelty and brutality of the terrorists, apprehension and dread about the hostages and their fate, fear and worry for the soldiers, siblings, children, enmeshed in combat deep in Gaza against an enemy devoid of scruples. The sense that the government, the army, and the intelligence services all failed and failed miserably. Doubt that the country's leadership is up to the tasks of the moment. It is a lot to carry. It's different, obviously, but it's an extremely painful time to be a Jew in America too, as we've already heard. We share in the agony and the outrage and the worry and the fear. Many of us find ourselves, both personally and communally, forced to reevaluate who our friends are, both within the Jewish community and beyond it. We are confronted with an explosion of virulent anti-Semitism around the world. Academics who justify and even celebrate Hamas. College students who threaten their Jewish peers with murder and rape. It's all just a lot. We are living in a world that is nothing like the one many of us thought we were living in on October 6th. I want to begin by inviting us again, all of us, to take a moment to do two things. First, to sit with the grief and the fear and the anxiety and the indignation that we all feel. And second, to take in our surroundings. All around are people, our people, who share in our anguish. So let's allow ourselves to hurt together, but also, and no less importantly, to take comfort in one another. Let's talk for a moment about the far left. I should say that personally, until October 7th and its aftermath, I myself was more closely aligned with the left than anything else. And on many issues of domestic policy, both here and in Israel, I remain aligned with it. But for me, at least, something fundamental has broken. We know about Christian nationalism and white supremacy on the right. And I want to underscore that they are every bit as appalling and unforgivable today as they were 4 weeks ago. But we also ought to know, after this month of October, we have no excuse not to know about the rampant anti-Semitism in parts of the left. While the attacks in Gaza were still unfolding, a variety of activist groups began celebrating the supposedly, quote, heroic resistance of Hamas. I don't think I will ever unsee the posters of the paragliders. Never mind the murder and beheading of infants. Never mind the savage assaults and rapes. Never mind the murder of entire families at point blank and in cold blood. Never mind the kidnapping of children and of aged Holocaust survivors. Never mind any of that. The occupied, we were told, have the right to resist by any means necessary. The rhetoric of decolonization was invoked to justify the dehumanization of Israelis and within just a few moments of Jews around the world. In the most extreme cases, even Israeli children were labeled occupiers and hence deemed fair game. The moral rot is staggering. The campus left's embrace of Hamas would be funny were it not so utterly obscene. It is simply actually unfathomable to me that I even have to say a sentence like that in this day and age. As the social theorist Susie Linfield put it in 2019, this is a quote, In the left's keen focus on anti-imperialism and its animus to Israel, it twisted itself into supporting some of the world's most sadistic modes of terrorism and most fearsomely repressive regimes. Regimes that many leftists had little interest in, except as symbols of anti-Zionist, quote, resistance. At the risk of belaboring the point, let's talk for a moment about two issues that leftists claim to, and most of the time seemingly actually do, care about tremendously: women's rights and LGBTQ rights. First, women's rights. Beverly Milton Edwards of the Queen's University in Belfast, one of the world's leading experts on Hamas, reports that beginning in 1987, quote, gangs of Hamas enforcers in Gaza stormed into classrooms demanding that bareheaded girls put on the hijab. Milton Edwards quotes Naima al-Sheikh Ali, the director of the Fatah women's section in Gaza. Quote, she says, before 1987, when Hamas rose to power, everything was normal. It was a personal freedom not to wear the hijab. But after that, Hamas began imposing its agenda. Whenever they saw a woman without a veil, they attacked her, and sometimes they threw acid in her face. Milton Edwards and others report that honor killings, including those allegedly carried out by and sanctioned by Hamas, are, quote, by no means rare. During the first Intifada, Hamas strenuously advocated forcing women out of the public sphere and back into their homes. It urged that girls as young as 13 should be married, both because this would supposedly protect them from the male gaze, and because they would start producing more fighters at a younger age. To this day, according to an Israeli government report, 29% of women in Gaza were married before the age of 18, and 13.4% before the age of 15. There is currently no law in Gaza prohibiting violence against women within the family or home, including sexual violence. Speaking to Milton Edwards, Hanan Ashrawi puts it rather understatedly, quote, Hamas will never accept that women are equal. The question of equality is out of their agenda. And what about gay rights? Sexual activity between men in Gaza is illegal. The penalty for men who engage in sexual activity with one another is up to 10 years in prison. According to the New York Times, in February 2016, Hamas tortured and executed Mahmoud Ishtiwi, one of its own commanders, for what it called moral turpitude, meaning having engaged in gay sex. And in an irony totally lost on people who hold up signs that say gays for Gaza, or who merge the gay pride flag with the Palestinian one, the website globalgays.com reports that gay Palestinians often seek refuge in Israel when they fear for their lives, especially when they fear death from members of their own families. That's not pinkwashing, that's just the truth. The point should be clear, and it is clear to anyone with even the barest bit of knowledge about Hamas. The idea that the desire for, quote, freedom for Palestine means supporting Hamas is as repugnant as it is absurd. You don't support freedom by venerating those who despise and systematically suppress it. We have heard a great many intellectuals arguing that Hamas is simply resisting Israeli occupation by making use of whatever means are available to it. There is something perverse about both parts of this. Both the claim that Hamas is resisting Israeli occupation and that it is simply doing what desperate people do. First, Hamas has never made a secret of the fact that the occupation it wants to end began not in 1967, but in 1948. Right-wing Israeli politicians are wrong when they say that all Palestinians are committed to the destruction of the state of Israel. But they are not wrong when they say that about Hamas. Hamas leaders themselves will tell you that. They say it all the time. Many on the left, far more, I think, than many of us previously thought or were willing to admit, undoubtedly agree with that and believe that Israel has no right to exist, whatever it means for an established state to have a right to exist. Force them to come out and say that. And if they do not actively oppose all nationalisms, demand that they explain why Jews alone should be refused the dignity of self-determination. And again, ask them why they never protest Hamas's own systematic and relentless abuse of Palestinian human rights. If you only care about Palestinians when they are abused by Israel, then you do not care about Palestinians, you only care about demonizing Israel. Second, there is a tremendous amount of implicit anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian bigotry in claims that the occupation drives people to do horrific things. The Jews of the Warsaw Ghetto never attempted to slaughter the babies of their tormentors. Many oppressed groups resist their occupiers without parading around with women they have just assaulted and humiliated. Rarely have we seen a greater display of the soft bigotry of low expectations than in the way many pundits, intellectuals, and so-called experts have responded to Hamas's barbarity. It is a disgusting shame. But why? Why? Let's leave aside for a moment the out-and-out anti-Semites. What makes people who see themselves as good guys, on the side of dignity and decency and human rights, refuse to condemn and at times seemingly even embrace a movement like Hamas? One reason, I think, is that people resist ambiguity. In some place in your life, I'm sure that's true about all of us. They love morality tales. It is much easier to live in a world in which one side is good and the other evil, in which one side is powerful and bad and the other is powerless and weak, in which one side are evil colonialists and the other indigenous victims, than it is to embrace complexity. The fact is that in the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, there have been and are heroes and villains on both sides. No amount of posturing and preening can change that. If you stubbornly insist on reducing every conflict to the colonizer and the colonized, you end up saying nothing useful about real-world problems that require nuanced thinking and analysis. I've also been struck, I have to say, by another dimension of resisting ambiguity, and this is really difficult and hard. To read many journalists, pundits, and college students, including, I should say, many Jewish ones, is to get the impression that any army that kills any civilian has committed a war crime. Intention is irrelevant. Murdering an infant in cold blood is equivalent to accidentally killing an infant when hunting a terrorist. Just war theory, with all its limits, is about living in a world that is morally ambiguous. A world in which one is sometimes faced with only bad choices and worse ones. Listening to and reading many of the folks on the far left, I've been tempted to excoriate them for what I think of as their moral and intellectual laziness. But under that laziness lies something many of us can actually relate to. A fear of encountering the world as fundamentally tragic, a world in which there are actually no good choices. Now, let me emphasize, lest I be misunderstood, the fact that Israel is fighting a just war does not free it from following the laws of war. Jus ad bellum, the justice of war, and jus in bello, the conduct of war, are decidedly not the same thing. Quite the contrary, in fact. The laws of war are meant to guide and constrain the conduct of nations at war, even just and necessary war. But the language of war crimes cannot be tossed around promiscuously. Actually, it can and is tossed around promiscuously, but it shouldn't be. It cannot be used to describe every death we regard as horrific and tragic. And the death of civilians in war is undoubtedly both horrific and tragic. In the context of war, I fear, those who merely condemn, quote, all killing are dooming themselves to irrelevance. I want to be clear. Some criticism of Israel is appropriate, and that is no less true now than ever. Spirited debate, even and perhaps especially in difficult times, is a hallmark of Jewish life, as it should be. To be sure, there are some Jews who effectively deny Israel, and only Israel, it would seem, the right to defend itself and its citizens. But not every criticism of Israel is a betrayal of Israel or a negation of Zionism. We weaken our community if and when we suggest otherwise. I want to focus for a moment on something else, something I see from well-meaning people on the left, both Jewish and non. And that is a stubborn and insistent refusal to know, let alone reckon with, what radical Islam really is, to reckon with how utterly murderous and genocidal it is. There are many reasons for this refusal. Some of it, no doubt, stems from liberal fantasies about how we all want the same things ultimately, to put food on the table, give our kids a better future than we've had, etc. Some of it, I think, has to do with people's secularity and their attendant inability to imagine that murderers in the name of God really believe what they believe and intend what they intend. This has always been a terrible mistake. Some of it stems, as I've already suggested, from incredibly simplistic, obscenely simplistic narratives about how white colonizers are always unambiguously evil and victims of color, quote unquote, are always victims. And some of it, I think, stems from an understandable recoiling from how some have painted all Muslims as radical Muslims, to the point where a president of the United States instituted a Muslim ban. But we should be clear, if Islamophobia, or more accurately, hatred of Muslims is real, so too is radical Islam. And if we don't want to talk about it the way right-wing extremists talk about it, the answer is not to avoid talking about it all, but rather talking about it better. And certainly not to label as racist or Islamophobic anyone who dares. The temptation to ignore or forget what radical Islam really is seems to have ensnared many Israeli leaders too. They honestly came to believe that Hamas's leadership would be content with building their own theocratic statelet in Gaza. And now, horrifically, they and we all know better. And more than that, there is Benjamin Netanyahu's staggering cynicism. The strategy of weakening the Palestinian Authority and bolstering Hamas so that you can say, see, there is no partner for peace among the Palestinians and avoid territorial concessions. Well, this, just like everything else about Netanyahu's government did, has turned into cataclysm and disaster. Liga Acheret. As I've started ending my emails to Israeli friends, Liga Acheret indeed. Nothing, but nothing, justifies supporting Hamas. I can't believe that that's something one actually has to say, so I'll say it again. Nothing, but nothing, justifies supporting Hamas. But in trying to understand Hamas's popularity, two things are worth keeping in mind, whether we like it or not. And if I alienated some of you with the first part of what I said, the rest of you are now welcome aboard my train. First, as Milton Edwards and countless others have reported, much of Hamas's support stems not from its terrorism and barbarity, but from the social services, food for the poor, schooling for children, etc., that they provide. By the way, to state the obvious, the fact that the Palestinian Authority in Gaza was so hopelessly corrupt, the fact that so many of its leaders line their own pockets while leaving their people to go hungry, only served to elevate many Gazans' view of Hamas. And to state something else that should also be obvious, some of Hamas's leaders have turned out to be no better, leaving the people they claim to care about to live in abject poverty while they live luxuriously in hotels I personally could never afford. Before making my second point, let me say again, nothing justifies supporting Hamas. That said, we have to confront the fact that immiserating poverty and humiliating occupation radicalize people. It is hard and it may be impossible to de-radicalize people who live without hope. And that brings me to another point, one that honestly terrifies and overwhelms me. I feel like that all of us who are kind of intellectual leaders are or ought to be paralyzed by this problem. On some level, Hamas is not just a movement, it's a set of ideas, or if you prefer, an ideology. And you simply cannot defeat an ideology using tanks and warplanes. You can kill the leadership, and you can weaken or destroy its ability to do evil. But an ideology is so much harder to defeat. Which is to say that although I have heard many people on the right, and especially on the far right, claim that what happened showed they were right all along, this seems to me to be patently false. The idea that you can subject a people with national aspirations to indefinite occupation is a fantasy, and an immoral fantasy at that. The truth about occupation is that it devastates the occupied and rots the soul of the occupier. That is not... I am sorry to have to say that, but that is not less true now than it was a month ago, even if the possibility of a real solution currently seems further away than ever before. Let's talk for a moment about anger and indignation. On one level, of course, indignation is appropriate here. How could we not feel that? And at the same time, though, there's a tremendous danger of anger, even righteous anger, even fully justified anger. And that is that it can prevent us from seeing straight, can lead us to say dumb and deeply dangerous things, and to make very bad, reckless choices. I hear people say things that are completely irresponsible. Obliterate Gaza, they say. After all, quote, this was all over my Facebook feed for several weeks, the Palestinians voted Hamas into power. Well, yes, but that was 17 years ago. More than half of the present population of Gaza was not even born when that election took place. It's also worth remembering that Hamas did not win a majority of votes even in that election. 45% support is 45% too much. But, quote, they all support Hamas is just not true. Or, I've heard people say, quote, but the people of Gaza should have protested and overthrown Hamas. So I want to be honest here, because part of me feels exactly that, and part of me finds myself wondering in recent days, were I faced with a murderous regime likely to kill me and or my family if I speak out, would I do so? I hope so, obviously, but I can't honestly say that I'm sure. And that means that at least a little humility on this front is in order. Some say Hamas is Amalek. I understand the impulse and the urge to turn to tradition to help us process what the Jewish people endured on October 7th. I share that impulse. Turning to tradition to help us process and think through our lives is what I do for a living all day long. I also sympathize with the search to find language to help us express just how evil and depraved Hamas really is. And there really does seem to be no bottom. But please, please, resist the temptation to invoke Amalek at this moment. Taken literally, the biblical commandment to wipe out Amalek is a mandate for genocide. This is horrifying and terrifying. And by the way, real genocide, not the gaslighting genocide that we hear so much about. This is horrifying and terrifying, which I assume is why Chazal, our sages, worked so hard to neutralize it. They insisted that we today cannot know who is of the seed of Amalek, etc. Please don't bring what Chazal put to bed back to life. Unconscionably, there are members of the Israeli government who would think nothing of committing evil in God's name. Please don't hand matches to pyromaniacs. More than that, invoking Amalek makes it tempting to elide the difference between Hamas and the Palestinians as a whole. This is as unforgivable as it is dangerous. I also understand the defense that says, but Amalek is an idea. Yes, for some modern Jewish thinkers it is, but it is still extremely dangerous. In Jewish tradition, Amalek is not just a metaphor for evil. It is far more dangerous and potentially far more murderous than that. Please stop. I have talked a lot about pain and anxiety and worry. But I also want to note that in recent weeks, we have experienced something that we ought to meet with wonder and even simple astonishment. We have seen Israelis come together to support one another in ways that are simply extraordinary. Hamas likely saw the deep and acrimonious divides in Israeli society and concluded that Israel was vulnerable in ways it had never been before, and there may even have been some truth to that. But Hamas badly underestimated the profound solidarity that most Israelis still feel with one another, even amidst these social divisions. And it totally underestimated the resilience of the Jewish people and the Israeli people. And it will pay dearly for that miscalculation. But it is not only Israelis. Jews around the world have rallied to defend Israel and support it and to care for each other, to donate in unprecedented sums, and to help Israel endure and survive this horrible moment. Amidst all of our sorrow and our pain, I think the Jewish community has a lot to be proud of. Zionism is not dead. The state of Israel will recover, even if the very real wounds of October 7th and its aftermath never quite heal. I will say only two things about the reboot of Zionism that seems to me to be urgently necessary. First, Israelis will have to come together to repair and reweave the social fabric that holds them together. Social solidarity during times of crisis is critical. But social solidarity during more regular quotidian times is no less so, and is arguably even more so. Israel will have to ask itself what kind of society it wants to be, and, I hasten to add, with what kind of leaders. It will have to ask hard questions about extreme inequality and the anger and disillusion that come with it. Second, Israelis will have to realize something that some refuse to. Israel cannot occupy the Palestinians forever. It cannot do so both because of the legitimate needs of the Palestinian people and because of what a permanent occupation has done and will continue to do to those forced to enforce it. Specifically, and I find this hard to say because at an earlier point in my life, I was training to become a historian of religious Zionism. Specifically, Israel will need to have an accounting of its far right, and especially its religious far right. And I want to be clear, I say this specifically as a religious person for whom Torah is everything. The racism that runs so deep in many quarters, the refusal to see or affirm the humanity of Palestinians, the unabashed militarism, the valorization of violence among Noar Hagvaot, the hilltop youth, and their enablers. All of this needs to be confronted and repaired. Unconscionably, since October 7th, extremist settlers have unleashed a relentless wave of violence and in some cases out-and-out murder against Palestinians who are just going about their day. They have chased entire Palestinian communities from their homes, and they have paid no price at all. It is long past time for the Israeli government to bring this insanity to an end. It is morally abhorrent and religiously repugnant, and it totally sullies and compromises Israel's cause. And it also has the potential, obviously, to cause the West Bank to completely explode, which is the last thing anyone sane should want. It would be an egregious mistake to conflate the larger religious Zionist world with the extremists and in its midst. And yet it is crucial to emphasize, if ever there was a time when moderate religious Zionists have to speak up and make their voices heard, it is now, when the pyromaniacs are working hard to start a massive fire in the West Bank. In my estimation, at least, there are at least three keys to stopping all this, some in the immediate term and some in the longer. First, arrest those who attack Palestinians. Punish them. Treat them like the terrorists that they are. Second, work to establish datiyut acheret, another very different way of being religious. Shut down institutions, mechinot and yeshivot, that educate for radicalism and that instigate violence. Shut them down. And no less importantly, build alternatives. Restore humanistic values and an unflagging commitment to universal human dignity to the center of religious education. And three, elect leaders who clamp down on the behavior of these settlers and who do not, implicitly or explicitly, share their agenda of driving Palestinians from their homes. Our sages warn that Torah can be a double-edged sword. Zacha naset lo sam chayim, lo zacha naset lo sam mavet. If we merit and are worthy, the sages promise, Torah can become a healing potion, an elixir of life. But if we do not merit and are unworthy, they warn, Torah can become a deadly poison. When it comes to dealing with our own violent extremists, the future of Israel, and to no small degree the future of Torah itself, are on the line. Judaism can be a source of love and care and goodness and decency and a commitment to justice. It can and must be rescued from those committed to doing evil in its name. Finally, aren't you glad to hear me say finally? You know, I'm a rabbi by training, which means I only get to say in conclusion 3 times. So in conclusion number 1, I am not optimistic about the future of Israel, but I am hopeful. One could argue that there are good reasons to despair, but Jewish thinkers tell us that despair is not a luxury we are permitted. Rak lo lehityaesh. Despite the darkness that threatens to envelop us in moments like these, we must not give up and give in to despair. It is okay to be pessimistic. There is no virtue in being an optimist. Optimism is just a matter of temperament. But hope is something different from optimism. Hope is something we seek to embody. It's commitment to making something different happen in the world, even when we're not totally confident that we can. For this reason, the British writer Terry Eagleton explains, hope and temperamental optimism are at daggers drawn. I love that formulation. Hope and temperamental optimism are at daggers drawn. You do not have to be an optimist, but as a Jew, you do have to cultivate hope. Let me put this differently, again borrowing from Eagleton. Optimism, he says, is a form of psychological disavowal, a moral evasion. It does not take despair seriously enough. And as such, he says, optimism is, quote, the enemy of hope, which is necessary precisely because one is able to confess how grave a situation is. Israel's situation right now is grave, and it may very well be that the situation of American Jews is in some crucial senses grave too. So what is hope? It is, in the philosopher Paul Ricoeur's wonderful phrase, a passion for the possible. A passion for the possible. It is, Eagleton explains, a movement towards the good rather than a mere craving for it. We can act. We can reach out to our people in Israel and let them know that they are loved by us and front of mind for us. We can lobby public officials and ensure that the hostages are not forgotten. We can tell the truth about Hamas. We can support Israelis on the front lines, as well as first responders and therapists and trauma centers. We can commit to helping build a better, more humane, more thoroughly democratic Israel. We can work without naivete or wishful thinking for a brighter future for both peoples who are so fiercely attached to the same glorious, impossibly tortured piece of land. We are Jews, and so we must hope. But please remember, genuine hope involves commitment. Genuine hope involves commitment. May we soon be blessed with better days. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Please welcome Yuli Tamir, Professor Eliakim Rubinstein, and Janine Zakaria.
Shalom lekulam. During decades living in and reporting on Israel, I covered tragedies that plunged the nation into periods of collective grief. The 1995 assassination of Prime Minister Rabin, countless Palestinian suicide bombings in the 1990s, the collision of 2 Israeli Air Force helicopters in 1997 that killed all 73 soldiers on board, the Second Intifada, so many prior rounds of fighting between Hamas and Israel, the Second Lebanon War. And each time the airwaves and the TV news filled with escalating casualty counts and painful images of the dead. But the idea that Israel chazakah, Israel is strong, remained consistent. The country always rallied around its leadership in these moments of crisis. But that's not quite what's happening at this moment. Israelis who pride themselves on never being friars are shattered. And they're demanding answers and shouting their frustrations at Prime Minister Netanyahu in particular, as the 240 hostages remain captured in Gaza, and even before all the bodies of the tortured, murdered civilians have been identified and buried. This brief discussion, about 35 minutes, is what happened, and where do we go from here? How do we exhibit resiliency? And how do we chart a course forward, both here in the diaspora and in Israel? And to try and help us answer some of these questions, in addition to Rav Shai, we have Professor and Justice Eliakim Rubinstein, who held countless positions of negotiations in Camp David Accords, the Madrid Peace Summit, Israel's peace talks with Jordan, and of course, is perhaps most well known as Israel's former Attorney General and Supreme Court Justice. He's now a professor at Hebrew U. Professor Yuli Tamir, a former Minister of Immigration and Education, a former MK from the Labor Party, one of the founders of Shalom Akshav, Peace Now. She is the professor of philosophy who wrote a passionate defense of nationalism in 2019 and how the left needs to reclaim it and sustain it for the purpose of democracy. And she is now president of Beit Barrel Teachers Training College. And of course, we have Rav Shai. Since October 7th, I've been asked to do a lot of speaking and moderating, and the first question I really want to start with is a simple one. How are you?
Well, not too well. By the way, I don't see the audience. The lights here are, like the KGB in the investigation. But there's a story about, it's not a time for much humor, but President Kennedy visited the Alcatraz prison around here and was supposed to talk to the inmates. He didn't know how to open up his remarks. He said, "I'm glad you're all here." So I am here because I'm glad you're all here. This has not been, I mean, everybody understands why this has been a bad period since October 7. And the fact that I'm here, I think Professor Tamir also, is the bond with you. The bond with you as Jewry. Not always do Israelis understand and know how important is the bond with diaspora Jews, in particular with America. We can have differences of view. We can agree on many things. We can disagree on some. When I was listening to the eloquent speech by Rabbi Held, I agreed with many of the things. I disagreed with some. And I want to dedicate my short remarks, to the kidnapped. There are two families here that I just heard that they came. Mr. Gonen, who's the father of Ronnie, Mr. Dalal, who's the brother of Guy, and also I'll mention Yarden Roman, whom Adi Davis talked to me about yesterday. These people, while we are talking here, are what the Bible in Psalm 107 would say, Bnei Adam yoshvei choshech b'tzal mavet, aniyei oni ubarzel. People are within darkness and are in chains and so forth. And also to dedicate it to the soldiers who are fighting at this very moment for our country. I didn't sleep well here, not because of jet lag, because I'm thinking of them, including my own cousin who was just wounded 2 days ago, and thank God after operation he's okay, hopefully. And last, to dedicate it to the victims, including my relative Hannah Kritzman of blessed memory, who at the age of 88 was shot at and slaughtered in her kibbutz Be'eri, where she lived for over 70 years. I also want to mention that, of course, the IDF is mostly Jewish soldiers, but there are also non-Jews who fight. And last week, a lieutenant colonel by the name of Becca, a Druze officer, battalion commander, lost his life. And I wrote, I'm personally friendly with the head of the Druze denomination, Israel, Sheikh Muafak Tarif, and I wrote him a message of condolences. And here is his response. I highly appreciate, this is a very difficult loss of a combatant, a commander. The loss is for the whole state of Israel, for the IDF. What comforts me, he says, that he died in a just war to defend the state. We are all partners in our dear and beloved state of Israel. We hope to know better days after victory on the enemy. That's what Sheikh Tarif wrote just this Friday. And this attack, I don't want to start with the legal analysis, but this attack was not in occupied territories. It was within Israeli territory, sovereign territory. It was against all norms of international law, humanitarian international law, laws of war, genocide, kidnapping, all of that. And you know, lawyers, I'm, as you understand, a lawyer, and lawyers usually say, well, on one hand, and on the other hand, that's why somebody said he was looking for a one-armed lawyer. Here, the one-armed lawyer is indeed needed, maybe we'll draft Trumpeldor from the old days, because this is not a war that has two sides in terms of justice. It has one side, and I'm saying it not only emotionally as an Israeli, but also as an international lawyer. What we saw here is Nazi-like activities, and it has nothing to do with the need in which I took part personally for many years to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This has nothing to do with that. This is an abuse of every international law, and the pictures speak for themselves. And it is anti-Semitism. One of them was recorded calling one of the barbarians, was calling his mother, "I killed 10 Jews. Big deal. I'll get I'm a hero." So that's where we are in terms, but we ought to look at the future. And here I disagree with our friend, with Rabbi Held. It's not only hope, it's optimism. And I think I'm the oldest person on this dais, on this in the group that is talking here. I can remember how Israel was when I was growing up, how poor it was, how rations for food were there, how in all our street in the suburb of Tel Aviv, there were 2 cars, an army car and a taxi. Nowadays, when I come to my brother who lives there, I can, if he doesn't open his parking, I can roam around for half an hour. And the development in science, in academia, in economy, in high tech, in Torah, in just name it, is something. And I'm a son of a Holocaust survivor. My father lost his family in Belarus in 1942, all shot into a mass grave. I remember accompanying Prime Minister Rabin. I was his cabinet secretary back in August of 1992 to President Bush, the father, talking on loan guarantees for the immigration from the Soviet Union. Coming back was August 14. On the plane, it dawned to me that today is 50 years since, exactly 50 years, since the day my family was shot into that mass grave, and I'm now representing a Jewish sovereign state. We are at this moment in a dark moment in our history, but there is not only hope, there's optimism if I compare what happened before. So what
let's let you.
I'd like to conclude with not only optimism, but what next? What next? We need, and we will be victorious in this war. And we have to work daily on the return of the kidnapped. So that's stage 1. Stage 2 is rebuilding of the kibbutzim, of the moshavim, of the villages around Gaza that were demolished, like my relatives, kibbutz, and others. And this is something which must be done because the enemy's biggest pride will be if that remains destroyed, and it will not. And the third thing is, of course, Gaza itself. And we evacuated Gaza. Very few people remember that in 2005, with the idea that it will become a free place. We left them the settlements that were there agriculture, just name it. Instead, it was turned into an arsenal of armor, and hospitals are used to headquarter Hamas people. Short story to finish. I was Attorney General, it was mentioned, and I remember 2003, a group of generals come to visit me on a scheduled meeting on something. And then they tell me, you keep reminding us in every government meeting, which I used to do. I was in a government meeting also with Professor Tamir. In cabinet meeting on security matters, I always reminded them of the need to be cautious with civilian population. And they told me, these generals, that day, okay, you mentioned that each time. Yesterday, we could do away with all the Hamas leadership because they all convened in an apartment, in a building, all of them in Gaza, but we didn't do it because that building, they were on the 4th floor, the building had 8 floors, and all the rest were civilians, and we didn't do it. So Israel does not need being taught morality. Our army works with very strict instructions. There may be mistakes, we're not angels, but the policy and the orders are very clear. So I'm concluding by saying thank you for your support. Thank you for your support in various ways. Thank you for being with us, and because while being with us, we are also with you. Thank you very much.
Professor Tamir, how are you? And I know you're thinking about this issue of resiliency and working on that.
Well, first of all, I think we're all sad. We're really deeply sad and troubled, thinking about the hostages, thinking about the children there. I spend my evening at my daughter's, who has 2 very young babies, running to the shelter every night and thinking, oh my God, I'm doing it again. I did it with my children, I'm doing it with my grandchildren. And it's sad, and it's really almost impossible to sleep when you think about those people who don't know where the children are sleeping and who puts them to bed and who covers them and who feeds them. So first of all, my heart is with the kidnapped and their families. But I believe that when you are in a situation like this, knowing that you are coping with very, very difficult feelings, the first thing to do is to do something to improve the situation. Over my desk, there's this saying, don't only sympathize, organize. And I think this is what we're doing now. Israel today is not governed by a government. It is governed by the civil society. And I'm very proud to be part of it. I'm very proud that my college, which is a teacher training college, is now running kindergartens all over the region, from Eilat, by the way, to the north. Every day I get files of requests for teachers. I have people asking me to come to their schools and help them rebuild the school system. I have people trying to support children facing trauma, parents facing trauma. The system is now building itself anew in a rather different way. It's not that the ministry builds it. The ministry just gives me, unfortunately, while I'm here, orders how to persecute my Arab students who've done nothing just in order to show that we are strong on the Arabs. This is not resilience for me. This is brutality. I defend my Arab students and I defend my Jewish students. Everybody should be safe in my college. So when I get letters from my colleagues around the world saying people should be protected, I say my students are more protected than Jewish students in Oxford or here. My Arab students are more protected than Jewish students here. I want to protect all of them, and I want to do it with them and to allow them to contribute to the society, because working together to improve life as it is right now. I'm not speaking about the future. I'm speaking about going tomorrow to pick some flowers from a farmer who has no support. I'm talking about distributing minimal sort of tools to build the kindergarten, and you won't believe how beautiful the kindergarten we build now are. They are against all the rules. There are no security rules, and there are no forms and files how to build a kindergarten. But those are community who are building education for their children, and they do it in the best and most generous way you can imagine. So for me, when you come to a crisis, the way to cope is to know that you have the power to change the reality. And I think what we need you in this partnership is not only to defend the idea of Israel as a legitimate Jewish state. With all its limitation, it is still one of the best democratic states in the region. And I have a lot to say about this government, as you can imagine. But I still believe that Israel has the potential to become, again, a democratic state that is one of the best ones, certainly in our regions. But we need your help to build it anew in the light of solidarity. When we talk about resilience, I don't want the kind of resilience that become too popular right now about we are strong, we will show them that we are strong. I don't want to show anyone I'm strong. I want to be strong. And I want to be strong together with other people who I share my life with. And I share my life with a very diverse community. I have ultra-Orthodox students now running to be recruited to the army, and I applaud them. And I have Arab students who are going to teach in kindergartens because they need teachers, and I applaud them. And I have Jewish students who are in the army, and my heart goes to them. And I want all of them to acknowledge each other as partners in this rebuilding. Because if I leave any of them out, we will pay, as a country, a very high price. So we started now this project called Compassionate Resilience. And we go around to schools, we go around to municipalities, we go around to people who need to speak with us in order to be strong enough to fight for ourselves, our defense, our state, our future, but not to efface the needs of others. As Shai said before, people want clarity. It wants us or them. I don't think that we can allow ourselves to be in this position. I think no one in the 21st century could be in this position, regardless of our specific situation. I think we should educate to live with ambiguity. I think we should educate people to live with a sense of responsibility to all members of the community. So I think, you won't be surprised, I'm an educator. I believe justice is an important thing. The Supreme Court is a very important thing. But if you don't have a good education system, if you don't educate your children to believe in justice and peace and solidarity and passionate resilience and the ability to grow together, you won't win. And I believe we'll win because we're able to do that. So thank you for inviting me here.
You know, Professor Tamir, when we spoke the other day, I asked you, I think, what conceptions that you held previously before October 7th may have changed since October 7th. And you said something to the effect of, from my point of view, I didn't change my mind, that at the end of the day, only a political solution will ensure our security. And what I thought about on October 7th was being in Gaza in 2005, and watching as the Israeli army removed the settlers and reporting on that, and thinking to myself, the fundamental contract of the two-state solution is to trade territory for peace. And how are Israelis going to move back to the Gaza envelope and all these places? And how are they ever going to give up territory after what has happened? So can you talk a little bit about how you still believe that, as you did before, that that is the only way forward?
I never believed you can solve a national conflict by power only. And I think we, as an international community, we have learned, from Afghanistan to Iran to all the places where we lost life and gained nothing, that the way forward is political, not with the Hamas. I agree, the Hamas, and this is something we should say, the Hamas is not representing the Palestinian people. The Hamas is harming the Palestinian people. And if you hear, I think many of the leaders of the Palestinian community, they say it as well. They are not the representative of the Palestinian people. They are not an organization who desires to come to a political solution. But there is representatives, but they are representative of the Palestinians that were silenced in the last few years under Netanyahu, who could have been partners. And Eliakim and I have been veterans of these negotiations. They were never easy, and it was never obvious that we can achieve them. But I don't think, and I think we should say it, we will fight in Gaza, we will do what we need to do, but at the end of the day, defeating the Hamas is only a political act. They will have to be moved out, and some other Palestinian representative power will have to replace them. We will not be able to do it without the help of the United States, and I'm grateful to Joe Biden and his really immense support to Israel. I think we need the Arab world with us. I think we need Saudi Arabia. I think we need to go back to the Arab Peace Initiative. There were things who were rejected time after time because Israel didn't want to give up the territories.
But right now, we're not seeing the world rally in a united way about Hamas must leave Gaza. Hamas is the problem. It's not that, right? There's calls for Israel to stop fighting, ceasefire, and all that. How do we rally that coalition beyond Joe Biden?
Nothing will happen right now. Now we have to bring the hostages back. That's now, okay? Now. Then we will have to think about a ceasefire. And then there will be a political process. I think one of the biggest mistakes is to think that those things can be solved immediately. Okay. I think from our long experience, we as Jews, have to recruit the world to support a political solution. But we should do it as a second stage. As I think Shai said and other people said, now the hostages, then a ceasefire, then a political solution, and finding a way to separate. Can you imagine what would have happened if we had agreed 10 years ago for an international force staying between us and the Gaza Strip, just protecting the border? The 7th of October would not have been possible. So we are to seek a political solution. Fighting is just the first stage, it's the immediate stage.
Okay, we have a plan. Okay, Justice Rubinstein.
Here I'll take Rabbi Held's words. I'll say it's more hope than optimism. And I'm a veteran of peace negotiations. I think I'm the only living Israel who participated in negotiations with all our neighbors, starting with Egypt at Camp David in '78 and continuing with Jordanians, Palestinians, Lebanese, Syrians, all our neighbors. And it has been a difficult road. Thank God we have 2 peace treaties with Egypt and Jordan, and they are surviving the crises that come and go all the time. And I hope they survive this crisis too. These are the 2 longest boundaries. The most difficult one is with the Palestinians. Not very many people remember that with Lebanon, we had an agreement signed in May of 1983, but never took off because of Syrian pressure. And with Syria, by the way, the negotiations were the worst that I ever attended. They wouldn't even shake your hands when you came to the negotiating room. But the Palestinians is the most difficult one, obviously, because of the geography, because of demography, because of history, just name it. I don't want to be over-optimistic that this is going to... Professor Tamir is a veteran peace fighter, so to speak, from the days of Peace Now, many years ago to now. And she's right, and I'll come here not as a lawyer, but as somebody who cares for education. I think we ought to educate ourselves that despite the difficulties, despite the crisis, despite the unbelievable tragedies, I visited, my wife and I made a point to visit bereaved families from the tragedy, even if we don't know them. And we went to a number of families. One of them was a woman in Jerusalem who had just 2 children, twins. Both of them were killed in that party and in Kibbutz Re'im that day. And all what she was saying, and she repeated it time and again, and what could we say? We could say nothing. She said all the time, the Almighty gave me to them in one day and took them in one day. Nevertheless, we ought to educate ourselves that there is and there should be prospect for peace. 10 days before President Sadat came to Israel, if you'd ask me, and I was at the time the assistant to Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan, is that a possibility that Sadat will show up in Israel? I'd say, you're crazy, go see your psychologist. And it happened. So maybe it could happen if proper leadership shows up on all sides and so on. But meanwhile, we have to educate also that the soldier that is fighting now on the outskirts of Gaza would know that there's somebody somewhere thinking on a day in which peace will come. Thank you.
You're wondering why I keep standing up as I can't see the clock here. We have 4 minutes, yeah.
One minute. And Eliakim was part of it. And, it is a commemoration day for Yitzhak Rabin. And the Oslo Agreement was never actually fully developed and implemented. Nevertheless, the amount of security we gained from the parts of the Oslo Agreement that gave authority to the Palestinian Authority to be active in securing Israel, something we undermine and disregard all the time, is enormous. We are out of the main cities in the West Bank. We rely on this defense. We deny this defense. So I'm not speaking about a love story. There won't be a love story in the Middle East. But agreements that are providing more security for us and for them could, I think, be part of a future agreement. And maybe someday, inshallah, they will develop into something bigger. But we are now at the stage that we need to build trust and ability to defend each other, knowing the price is enormous.
Today is Rabin's Memorial Day in the general calendar, not the Jewish calendar. And I was privileged to be under him negotiating the Treaty of Peace with Jordan, be his cabinet secretary. I think it's appropriate to remember him this day. And November is a month of remembrance, the Balfour Declaration, which gave the international, so to say, umbrella to our Zionist efforts, was November 2nd, and 1917. So there is hope and optimism.
Yeah.
Well, I think that is a really... I'm running a risk here because that's a really, I wasn't expecting a positive ending to this panel. But in the last moments, because I want Rav Shai to be able to add here as well, You know, Zack wants us to have action at the end, but I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. So tachlis, okay, you're talking to the diaspora here. What is the one thing that everyone here can do towards all these goals that we've talked about? I'm going to start with Rav Shai.
Tachlis is talk less.
Talk less?
Tachlis is talk less.
Talk less.
I'm Kubelski.
Rav Shai, you gave a list at the end of your remarks, but if you have to distill it right now, right, to achieve some of these goals, that we can, because people want to do something, right?
I would say, first of all, make sure that the world does not forget these hostages and their families.
Okay.
And second, and I'll content myself with these two, in a world in which people refuse to tell or see the truth about Hamas, tell the truth about who and what it is. Tell the truth.
Okay. All right.
As I said earlier, we organize, we need your support, because the moment a child meets a teacher, or a farmer meets a helper, or a new kindergarten is born, a new hope is being born. And we need your help to give this hope to the people on the ground. It's a day-to-day struggle to make people smile. And when I come to a place that, you know, a new teacher comes, somebody bought some toys, and it's really working, and I see the children smile, I say, well, that's the beginning of a much bigger hope. So be active, support the civil society in Israel. We are doing the work, and we need you to do it best.
Okay. Final word.
Famous last words. Sustain the support. There is the media and the public opinion are kind of the next day there's something new, some new headlines. We need the awareness of the kidnapped, of the need to rebuild, of the need to remember who Hamas is. All of that we need to sustain it, because people tend to forget rather quick. And I also want to underline that when we do our military, when we perform in Gaza and we ask people to leave, it's not because we are against the Gazans. We are not against the Gazans. We used to have them work in Israel. We used to do many things in their benefit. We are against Hamas. So remember, Hamas is ISIS. Hamas is Daesh. So just sustain with God's help. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please welcome Sigal Vardy.
המקום ירחם, ירחם עליהם ויוציאם מצרה לרווחה ומאפלה לאורה ומשעבוד לגאולה השתה בגלה ובזמן קריב אחינו כל בית ישראל אחינו כל בית ישראל הנתונים בצרה בצרה ובשביה העומדים בין בים ובין ביבשה המקום ירחם, ירחם עליהם ויוציאם מצרה לרווחה ומאפלה לאורה ומשעבוד לגאולה השתה בגלה ובזמן קריב.
Please welcome Dr. Beza Abebe, Research Fellow, Behol Lashon.
Good morning. We all share an immeasurable weight on our shoulders, the weight of pain and grief for the innocent civilians who lost their lives and the hundreds who were taken captive on October 7. Our hearts ache for the families of the hostages who live in the unbearable uncertainty of the safety of their children, their parents, their friends, hoping so dearly for a reunion. These families are now part of a list too long of hostages that have been taken over the years, including Abraham Mengistu, Hissam al-Said, Oron Shaul, and Hadar Goldin. Today, we are joined by some family members whose loved ones are still being held hostage in Gaza. Please join me in welcoming Itan Gonen and Gal Dalal so that they may share their stories with us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Gal Gilboa Dalal, brother of Guy Gilboa Dalal, who was kidnapped from the Nova Festival. My brother went to this festival with his 3 best friends. He and them, they were so excited to go to this festival. This is a spiritual festival. This festival is a music festival. It's all about peace and love. My brother wasn't only excited from this festival because it was a spiritual festival, it's because it was his first festival. He saw me going so much times to these kind of festivals, and he always wanted to go himself. I wasn't supposed to go to this festival, but since he went there and I wanted to be part of his experience, I wanted to watch over him, make sure that everything is okay with him. I went. I arrived there at 6 a.m. in the morning. when the sun started to come up, when it was supposed to be the happiest moment for both of us. Since I arrived in a separate car than his, and he arrived with his friends, he already had a great time when I arrived there. He and his friends were so happy when I arrived there. He was so joyful. And as soon as I arrived, he jumped at me, he kissed me. He actually waited for me at the entrance. He was so excited that I'm coming. He took a selfie, he sent it right to our mother, telling her how much he is happy that I'm there. And he always sending selfies to our mother, unlike me, making sure that she knows that everything is okay with him, because she is the kind of mom that gets worried. So yeah, I got into his camp at 6:15, 15 minutes before the siren started. He really wanted me to go to the dance floor with him, and I told him, like, give me a couple of minutes so I can set all my things, and I didn't have time because the alarms, the sirens already started, and he came back. He and his friends were kind of lost, and in Israel, when we hear the sirens, we immediately thinking about missile attack. So we figured we should leave the place as soon as possible. Now, you could see that some people were trying to take covers on the best places they could, but most of them were trying to get out of there. So everyone were trying to get out on the same time, and the traffic was stuck. Cars were blocking each other's. And since we didn't come in the same car, our car weren't next to each other. I were in the middle of the traffic, and he was way in the back. Since he was way in the back and I was in the middle, when then the shooting started. After like 15 minutes, I think, that we waited in the traffic, massive round of shooting started, and it was all around us. We couldn't really see the terrorists at the moment, but we could hear the bullets hitting cars and a whistle right next to us. And as I said, because we couldn't move with our car, we had to get out of the car and start run to the best place we could find a hide. So I got out of the car and I ran into a valley that was next to me, and immediately I called my brother. He then answered me, and actually he answered me. He didn't answer me at the beginning. He called me a few minutes later, and he told me that they also find cover, and they are with 4 cops. So I told him, stay with our cops, stay with our force, stay in the cover, and let me know if anything happens. Then I had to start moving myself because people would start running toward me. Actually, some of them were covered with blood, and the bullets just whistles right above me. They were yelling that we should quit moving because the terrorists are right there. After, I think, 10-15 minutes again, we found a better cover, a better place to hide. I called my brother again, but he didn't answer. So I called his friends, and they didn't answer also. My parents called me and asked me if I know anything about where my brother and what happened to him. And I didn't know, because I couldn't even go back to him because the terrorists were right above us. So if I were trying to get back to him, I would get shot. We had to keep moving farther into the valley. And for 7.5 hours, we were hiding and running until a police force of us could locate us through a location that we sent them. And while they were cover for us and they are still shooting, we ran into the cars and they got us out of there. Now, this was at 2 p.m. when we got out. It was 7.5 hours after the event already started. I called to my father as soon as I got out. On the way out, we saw countless of dead bodies of young people. Some of them were burned, some of them were corrupted. Some of them were even in worse condition than that. And once we got out of there, I called my father, and he sounded broken. I immediately knew that something is wrong. He didn't want to tell me. He just told me to come back home as soon as I can. So I told him, look, if something happened to my brother, you need to tell me right now. Tell me what you know. And then he said that my brother is kidnapped. And he's kidnapped, and there is a hostage video of him in Gaza, lying on the floor, tied up, and saying his name to the camera. I saw this video, and it broke me. That was the craziest thing I ever seen. To me, I went there to guard on him, to be with him, to watch over my brother, and I came back without him. That was the worst thing I could expect to happen. None of us expect anything like that could happen. I want to tell you something about my brother and the people who went to this festival. Nova is a community of people that they are all about the peace. These spiritual festivals, half of the people who went there, they have the slogan in the profile picture, Arabs and Jews are refusing to be enemies. They are just the best human I know. 2 of his best friends were murdered. My brother was kidnapped along with his best childhood friend. Ron Sarfati and Idana Ramati were murdered. They were supposed to go to my home from the festival. They were on their way to my home, and instead they found their death. And my brother and his best friend were kidnapped. Yeah, my brother is just my best friend. I love him more than anything in the world. He's my little brother, and I always loved him more than myself. We share the same hobbies and interests. We hear the same music, we go to the same concerts, we see the same movies and shows. He's just the best thing I have in my life. He also has a little sister that loves him so much and waits for him. And my mom and dad that are broken since that day. We are all living in hell. And I want you to know just how much we miss him and how much we need him back home. Thank you.
Before I'm introducing you to my daughter, Romy, on the way here, my wife, Meital, who sits here, we heard a very, very good song, Living on a Prayer, Bon Jovi. I believe I know all the words by heart, but I never listened to the words. And for 30 days, we just do the same. We pray. And we will keep on doing this. Who is Romy? I have 5 kids, 3 daughters and 2 boys, and Romy is the sandwich, number 3. She's 23 years old. And Romy is sunshine. Romy is sunshine because she's light. She is the light and the heat that comes with the sunshine. When Romy enters the room or this hall, you will immediately notice her. And she will conquer everyone's heart here immediately. The positive energy of Romy will conquer you. She has warm gestures, unique voice. The pitch of the voice is slightly higher than anyone else here. And you immediately notice. And it's like a heat wave. Everybody knows her. Last week, my wife had a run for all the kidnappees, and 150 people came. All of them friends of Romy. They came all over from Israel. 150 people came to run. Romy was a waitress in a restaurant, but when we went, all the family to the restaurant that she was working there, everybody told us the same thing. There are many waitresses, but there is Romy. And they are right. But Romy, one funny thing in Romy is that if there is a hole in the ground, she will fall. If there is a pole, she will stumble. Yeah, but everybody jokes about this, yes? Funny. Last year, she went for a trip with her best friend, Gaia, for South America for 7 months. During these 7 months, she was hospitalized 3 times. Yeah, she fell. Yeah, but everything was not heavy. Everything was light. She was calling me from the hospital in Rio or wherever city in South America, saying everything is okay, but I'm in the hospital. Yeah. Nothing is too heavy for her. Basically, I don't remember even one time she was angry about anyone. Everything was with smiles, with joy. She's basically a free spirit. Free spirit. And she loves surprises. So when she came back from the trip in South America, she surprised me on my birthday. Okay? I was coming home from work. I saw my other girl taking the cell phone and filming me. I didn't know why. Because Romy was hiding behind the couch in the salon. And wow, this was the best hug that a father can give to his daughter. I believe we hugged for more than 5 minutes. It was very, very important for Romy, extremely important, that everybody around her will feel very good, all the time. Last week was my birthday again, 23rd of October, 2 weeks ago, sorry. This time all I want is to Romy to be free. That's all. Very simple. I want to hug her again and watch her live the life she wants as a beautiful free spirit. My name is Eitan. I'm born and raised in Israel. By profession, I'm a mechanical engineer, and I'm working, guess what, for Berkshire Hathaway. Together with my wife, we have 8 kids. Meital has a triplet of 3 girls. And all these 3 girls were the best friends of Romy because they were basically born less than 1 year after Romy. And they miss her a lot. In my spare time, I volunteer as a policeman. And guess what? In my opinion, everybody should be free and secure. And being a policeman, besides my work, and being a father of 5 kids, I like my community to be free and secure. I could tell you more about myself, but one thing is very important, is the freedom of my daughter, Romy, and all the other hostages. As a father, it's very obvious and essential that everybody should be and live in peace. Peace for children, peace for babies, peace for the elderly, the young men and the women that are now being held hostage. 241 people. What happened on October 7th? Basically, it started one day earlier. We went to a wedding, and Romy should have joined us. Basically, she urged us to go to this wedding because she wants to join us. What happens that her work decided that they need her, and she didn't come to the wedding. But once we finished the wedding, I called her, and I said, Romy, why don't you join us in the car and go back home in the north of Galilee, in Israel? And guess what she told me? I have a party to attend, a festival. I was so happy for her because Romy is a free spirit. She likes festivals. She likes to party. And I just hung up and said, very good, go to the party. At 7:15 the next morning, I got a phone call from her. And you know what? As a father, when you see on your screen or cell phone screen the name of your daughter or son at 7 o'clock in the morning, it's never good. What she was saying to me, we are under attack. We are being shot. And the rockets are coming from Gaza. And guess what I asked her? Where are you? And she said she's in the south and she's in a party. So I asked her again, why are you being attacked in a party? Very simple and logical question. And Romy, as a Romy, she said, sorry, I didn't give you the context. And she gave me the context of being in a party in the south, next to the border. And what I recommended her is run, run, and run. Run for your life. And run to the nearest village as soon as possible. At this point, no one knew exactly what was happening. I remind you that at 7 o'clock in the morning, I woke up and I didn't know anything about terrorists. I was only oriented to the rockets. And then the terrorists who were blocking the exit caused a traffic jam. Nobody could evacuate from the party. And what Romy and her best friend Gaia, they left the car and went to hide in the bushes for 2 hours. And all this time, Romy was on the line with me, my elder daughter, and her mother. All the time. For 3.5 hours, she was online with us. And I have all this conversation recorded on my cell phone. It's tough. In one time, they sent the location to the best friend of Gaia, asking him, where are you? Can you help us? And he was in the nearest city in Beersheba, and we didn't know this, but he already succeeded evacuating more than 10 people. 2 times, 5 and additional 5. And when Gaia sent him the location, he came back, even though Gaia eventually asked him not to come. He decided to come. And now we know that he was driving across the border to Gaza, going back to the party. At some point, he found Gaia and Romy. So I received a phone call at 10:02 in the morning And my daughter was telling me, hey, we are on the car with Ben. Ben is the driver. And we picked another guy because people were screaming and running all directions. You should know that 3,000 people are under attack. They run all directions. So they picked another guy they didn't know, Ofir Tsarfati. And Ben was heading out from the party, but he didn't succeed. Ben and Gaia were murdered in the same car that my Romy was in the back seat. She saw them die. But she was on the phone with her mother, saying that she was shot also in the hand. And Romy, being a medic in the army, she knew how to handle the minor injuries, but not being shot. After crying a lot and saying she is going to die, and her mother was comforting her that she is not going to die, basically, what the next thing was that we heard Arab language on the phone. Basically, what they said, after translating it into Hebrew, that she is alive, let's take her. And this is the last time we heard from Romy. The next morning, of course, we couldn't sleep the same night, Saturday night. Our neighbors came to see us. And they heard that we have an issue with the phone that we don't know, because every time you call Romy, it's dead. Something like nothing is connected. And I don't know why, I don't know how, but all I know that after 5 minutes they showed me that her phone is in Gaza. Some kind of hacking. Wow, this was, until then I didn't know where is my daughter, okay? I couldn't believe it. The whole experience was still a nightmare. Sorry. And it's still a nightmare for 30 days. It's not a nightmare, it's also a daymare. It took 16 days for the army to announce for my family that Romy is a hostage. You should know that in the beginning of this terrible Black Sabbath, there were 3,000 people that nobody knew were out there. 3,000. Including soldiers, including civilians, including the people that attended the party. Romy, my sunshine, my free spirit, beautiful daughter is now a prisoner. There were many heroes this day. Many. Ben, the angel that came all over back to rescue my daughter and was killed and murdered. Gaia. Also. And all the people that were killed or survived this Black Sabbath. No kid, no parent, no family, no society should experience this horrific nightmare. This is bigger than us. This is bigger than Israel. I have always admired the United States of America, and I quote, the land of the free and the home of the brave. This is what I'm asking for my daughter Romy, and of course, Guy, and all the rest. I know she is brave. I would like her to be free. She and all the hostages deserve to be free. And I ask you here to support support all the families, support Israel, and make sure that they are free. Thank you.
Please welcome Saul K.
Gesher tsar me'od, Gesher tsar me'od, and Gesher tsar me'od, Kol ha'olam kulo, Gesher tsar me'od, Gesher tsar me'od. Let's stand for all the hostages. Let's stand for all the people who don't know where their loved ones are. Let's sing it for them. Gesher tsar me'od, Gesher tsar me'od, Gesher tsar me'od, Kol ha'olam Bring them home.
Thank you, friends. This concludes our opening plenary. Please make your way to the Midrov for lunch.
Friends, thank you for joining us. We're a few minutes behind. We'll begin shortly. If you can move closer to the front of the room for this breakout, that would be great.
לא יודע אם שקובעים את זה עם H כזה.
אז זה צריך לדבר עם ההורים שלי, אבל בגדול זה היוט באנגלית. Sorry.
So Larry, I went back and read
Now,
some
from
of
now on,
your
we're on
work.
hot mic. Everybody can
Just
hear
to
us.
see whether, how good we are at analyzing what's going to happen.
זה כמו ה-KGB.
I wonder whether we can talk about it a little bit, about our ability to understand
כן, נכון.
the rise and
אבל
fall
עכשיו
of
כולם שומעים
democracies.
אותנו. רק שתדע. שישמעו, אין לי סודות. לי אין סודות. Okay, are we ready? Is everybody listening? Is everybody ready to learn about the future of democracy?
That's a lot of people.
Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you everybody for attending this session, where we will be asking what is the state of liberal democracy in the world today. This is an essential question because the countries we all care about, the US, Israel, and our allies have long considered themselves a part of the democratic alliance that supports one another, politically, economically, sometimes militarily. And we want to find out if that community of democracies is becoming smaller or weaker. What does it mean that a growing number of countries are choosing less democratic regimes or maybe less liberal democratic regimes? We're seeing the rising power of authoritarian, undemocratic countries in the world, Russia, China, Iran, and countries that were largely or partly democratic taking an illiberal path, often accompanying a rise
Good afternoon, friends. Our program will begin shortly. Please find your seats. Good afternoon, friends. Our program will now begin. Please silence your cell phones.
בצורת, פניי יבשו כסדק אדמה, שדי כמל ולא נותר לקצורת, שאלתי, לחשתי, בשביל מה? החורף שוב היכה בי כל כך ערב, והמבט כוס גרירי בשתי עיניי, ומסדקי קירות ניבט העצב, שאלתי, לחשתי עד מתי, אך לעת ערב עם רוח ערב, עלינו שלא ידאג ביתי, אני יודעת, אני שומעת, מישהו הולך תמיד איתי, אך לעת ערב עם רוח ערב, עלינו שלא ידאג ביתי.
Please welcome Zack Bodner, President and CEO, Oshman Family JCC.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope you've had an inspiring day, a meaningful day, an emotionally draining day. I don't know about you, but I feel wrung out. Well, I also hope you had a day that inspired you to action. Well, we're wrapping up with a really special closing session. Our theme in the closing session is resilience. Israeli resilience, Jewish resilience. It's going to be a really meaningful closing session. I want to say something, though. I want to take 2 minutes to just set the stage, because I'm hearing a lot from people in the community, their fear, their worry about this being a 1930s moment. And it's not a 1930s moment. I get it. I understand the fear. I've seen the same things that you're seeing, the vandalism and graffiti on Jewish-owned stores. I'm seeing the marches all over the world with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people chanting death to the Jews. It's terrifying. I've seen the same things that you've seen here on our college campuses. I even got a text from a friend yesterday who said, remember to set your clocks back to 1938 Germany. I know the dark humor that's out there, right? But it's not a 1930s moment. And there are two huge differences that set this apart from back then. Number one, today there is a strong Jewish state with a Jewish army and a Jewish Air Force that will keep us safe and secure. It didn't exist back then. And yes, October 7th was scary, and it was a blip, a major blip, but Israel is going to beat Hamas, they're going to win this war, and they will continue to be a beacon of hope for Jews everywhere in the world. And number two, the American leadership today is standing with the Jewish people. Okay, let's not take this for granted. The American leadership today is standing with the Jewish people. It wasn't like that in the 30s. You recall, we couldn't get an audience with the leadership of the country to bomb the tracks to Auschwitz. We knew what was going on. We couldn't get them to lift the quota to save 1,000 Jewish lives sitting in a ship off the coast of Florida. It's a different story today. Today, America is sending Israel billions of dollars in aid. Today, America is ensuring that Israel is supported at the United Nations. America is ensuring that Israel receives the military and defensive support it needs. And the President of the United States has traveled to Israel to show his support. It's a different moment. But we cannot take it for granted. We cannot get complacent. We live in a blessed moment, but we can't take these blessings for granted. Israel's going to do its part. They're going to continue to recruit and train Israeli boys and girls. They're going to continue to have the strongest army for 1,000 miles. They're going to do their part. We must do our part as well, right? We have to recognize that the reason why our politicians are standing with us is because the work that's been done for generations. Let me ask you a question. Why is it that our elected officials in this country are the only ones standing with Israel? Are they seeing things different than in the press than from the European government officials? Are their social media feeds filled with different stuff than European or other countries' elected officials? No. The difference is, for generations, we have been working behind the scenes to develop relationships with people in power, the left and the right, Republicans and Democrats. And we have to recognize that today we're standing on their shoulders. And it's our job to continue the fight, okay? Just as we're eating from the carob trees that our grandparents planted, it's our turn to plant the carob trees for our grandchildren. That is our task, to not get complacent, to continue the important work. And I'm going to give you 7 action items. Number 1, make sure you're reaching out to our members of Congress. You're thanking them if they voted for the Aid for Israel, right? And you're letting them know if they didn't vote the right way that you're disappointed. Make sure you're reaching out. Make sure you are going to the city councils. Make sure that you're working with the local JCRCs to get the right talking points, and you're encouraging them to also stand with Israel and stand against anti-Semitism. Number 3, make sure you're standing up at the rallies. You're going to the protests. Don't let our voices be silenced. Number 4, continue to put up the posters of those who've been kidnapped. Don't let them look away. Force them to keep seeing until every single last one of them is returned home. Force them to keep looking. Next, fight the fight on social media. Don't let these lies stand out there. Make sure you're pushing back against the hatred and the lies. You have the opportunity to do this. And last but not least, continue to support these organizations that are doing really important work in our communities. Continue to support Israel on the ground. Right now, Israel needs the help, but support the organizations here as well that are doing this vital work. There's a lot of partner organizations. A lot of leaders of these organizations are here today. We can only do this with your help. So thank you. These are your marching orders. Thank you. I want you to all be able to answer the question. When your grandkids ask you, in this moment, what did you do to help the Jewish people? I want you to be able to answer them, I did everything in my power. And that's the task you need to walk out of here with today. We will be stronger together. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Tova Dorfman, President, World Zionist Organization.
Thank you for inviting me here to share a few thoughts with you this afternoon before we conclude this important gathering. I first want to thank Zack and Rabbi Amitai Framan for their friendship and partnership. I'm proud that the World Zionist Organization was able to partner with Z3 for some of the incredible programming that we went through today at this conference. Tomorrow we mark the Shloshim, the end of the 30-day mourning period, following the bloodiest and most harrowing chapter in Israel's 75-year history. October 7th, that dark day, that black Shabbat, Shabbat HaShchorah, has changed us in innumerable ways. We are no longer the same people. Many of the paradigms which informed those of us in Israel and throughout the Jewish world were thoroughly undermined. And though we are still at war in Israel and here with the war on anti-Semitism, this is also an opportunity for our people to come together. Israeli society has demonstrated its unwavering resilience ever since that dark day. We could spend days and days recounting the selfless deeds of so many Israelis for so many others, and we would still not do justice to the quantity and quality of these deeds. They include the evacuation of 126,000 residents from vulnerable parts of the country, the provision of shelter, clothing, food, and the initiation of educational and social programming for their children and teens, as you heard this morning from Yuli Tamir. They also include responding to the over 60,000 people who have been furloughed, primarily young adults, Israel's future. All of this was initially undertaken and continues to be carried out by Israeli citizens. Indeed, hundreds of initiatives have emerged to compensate for the woefully slow and insufficient response of government ministries and state agencies. Tens of thousands of volunteers each day contribute what they can, often, against the backdrop of periodic rocket fire, forcing them to seek cover and protective shelters. We are witnessing a phenomenon that is extraordinarily powerful and transformative, the sense that the country belongs first and foremost to us, its citizens. Not only have Israelis courageously stood and exemplified solidarity, but you, too, have mustered unfathomable support in a variety of forms. Once again, we have reminded ourselves that we are one community, one mishpacha, one family. And yet here in the US and throughout the world, as Zack said today in verse, the battle is against those who support our brutal enemies and either justify or deny the atrocities they committed. These uncritically dogmatic, naive, and hypocritical elements have partnered with the most deadly and extreme terror organizations, unwittingly serving those who would not blink an eye before murdering those same supporters. We may have been dealt a devastating blow, but we are by no means weak. We are bent, but not broken. Not here in Palo Alto, and certainly not in Israel. When this war is over, our basic assumptions and paradigms need to be revisited, including the fundamental contract between the state and its citizens in Israel and the rekindling of Jewish peoplehood. We have the rare opportunity here to forge a different kind of Israel diaspora alliance between Jewish societies. Let's join forces. We need greater connectivity, especially between our young people, and we need greater joint investment in rebuilding a safe, democratic, and pluralistic Israel. Let's agree to start right here, right now, even in the grip of sorrow and trauma. Let us forge a new and stronger alliance. Our people have risen from dark periods in the past, and they will do so again. We must work together, as everyone here in this community and across the Jewish world has done, to mobilize on behalf of the hostages and missing families. You met some of them this morning. The families traveled halfway across the world to share their stories with you. Eitan Gonen, father of Romi, Gal Dalal, brother of Guy. And therefore, I urge you, do not leave their side until we bring their loved ones home. Thank you.
All right, we're back. This is the last time you see me, I promise. But this time, at least, I am with a great partner and an old friend that I am just excited to introduce you to. Many of you, if not all of you, know his prior work, if you don't know him personally, but I want to introduce you to Saul Singer. Saul Singer, yes. I know you. So Saul and his co-author, Dan, they wrote this great book that you may have heard of called Startup Nation. You've heard of this book? I mean, like, seriously, like, how cool is it that everybody in the world now uses that term, Startup Nation, to talk about Israel? I don't know about you, but, you know, to be a person who coins a term, I think about, like, Joseph Heller and Catch-22. Like, to be able to be somebody that brilliant that coins a term of art that everybody in the world uses is pretty darn cool. So, Saul, kol hakavod to you and Dan. His new book, yeah, let's give him more applause. Thank you. So the reason why we brought Saul out here today, though, is because he has a brand new book that has just come out, and it's called The Genius of Israel, The Surprising Resilience of a Divided Nation in a Turbulent World. How apropos for this moment, right? And Saul's got a great storied background. He used to be an editor at the Jerusalem Post. He's written all for Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, for so many publications. He's spoken all over the world. Before he made Aliyah in 1994, he was working for a decade on Capitol Hill. But now he and his wife, Wendy, and their 3 girls live in Jerusalem. And we were just so thrilled that Saul was able to schlep out here to be with us today. So Saul, thank you for being here. So, first of all, Saul, tell us, how are you? How's your family? How are the girls? How's everyone holding up?
Yeah, so I feel like the standard answer for how are you is like everyone. We're lucky that, nobody in our immediate family was directly affected, but we're all affected. And, our kids are 23, 25, 27 are girls, and they all know people who something's happened to them, including killed. They've all been called up among the something like 360,000 reservists who've been called up. One of them was told that actually you shouldn't come with it because there are too many people here in the unit, because more people than were called showed up. And the other two are in and out of their service.
Nice. And you and Wendy are holding up okay? I know you're probably nervous, but you're doing all right?
Well, there is an advantage to girls in that respect. But actually, we talking about my brothers, we have 11 cousins between us, and they're boys, and one of them is in a kind of commando unit. So, every family has someone in, and some have 2 or 3 boys in. And but everyone's going through it at the same time, which helps.
Yeah, you have that camaraderie. All right, we're going to dive into your book. So there are cards in the back of the room when you walked in. If you are interested in asking Saul a question, you can grab a card, grab a pen, write it down, pass it to one of the team members, and they'll bring it to me, and you'll get to ask Saul a question as well. But I have a few prepared questions. And let's dive. First of all, I want us to understand what created the pivot. You went from Startup Nation to the Genius of Israel. What prompted you and Dan to take this pivot? Tell us what the book's all about.
So it really was about stumbling on some amazing statistics, some metrics about Israel that we didn't know, that we actually were surprised by. And they're about Israeli society. And, Startup Nation was really about, in some ways, a book about Israeli society. And even we were so close to Israel, we hadn't really seen these things. And basically, for instance, Israel has a higher life expectancy than even the, places like Sweden, the Nordic states, like the main European, about 4 years longer than the United States. Israel has, we have a problem of a sort of epidemic of loneliness here in the US. We have a problem of what's called deaths of despair, which was defined as deaths from suicide or alcohol or drug abuse. And if you look at the OECD, the collection of rich countries, Israel has the lowest of that particular metric. And that's mind-blowing. And, so like something like a third of the Nordic countries, something like a quarter of the US, Germany, places like that. So, we started seeing that there's something going on here. And the biggest thing, I would say, is something that basically just violates the laws of demography, which is that basically the law of demography is as countries get richer, as they get more productive, they get less reproductive. Their fertility rates go down. And what's happened is every rich country has gone far below replacement, meaning the 2.1, which is the level that you have to be at to maintain your population. And Israel is the only rich country that hasn't gone down below that. And the implications of that are really kind of staggering. You have a kind of a global demographic crisis. You have basically if you have below replacement fertility rate, you don't have enough young people. So you're rapidly aging. And Israel's median age is about 30. And it's projected to stay that more or less all the way through 2050. In Japan, it's going to be 55. So we're talking about a decade or more difference in age. And basically, Israel is young and growing, and the rest of the rich world is aging and shrinking. And that has tremendous implications for energy, for dynamism, for optimism, for how you feel about the future. I mean, in a way, the biggest bet on the future is having children.
Right.
And Israelis have, they show their confidence in the future in many ways. They're also very optimistic.
Yeah.
So all these things were really striking us as extraordinary and needed explanation.
So before we get to the optimism and the happiness, because I want to talk about that too, but let's go back to the life expectancy thing, because it's not like it's a stress-free environment in Israel. It's not like they're not cooking with, mom's chicken schmaltz. So what do you attribute the longevity to in a country like Israel that is a high-stress environment?
So the reason why longevity was actually an important metric for us is because loneliness and unhappiness are actually unhealthy. There were studies that showed that loneliness can be the equivalent of smoking like 15 cigarettes a day or something, crazy things like that. So in a way, it's not just a measure of physical health, it's a measure of the health of society. Because the Israeli health system is good, but it's not better than a lot of these other countries.
Right.
So the difference, we think, has to do with this societal health.
I love that. And you talk about the World Happiness Index in the book and where Israel ranked this past year, which may surprise everyone to know that Israel is the 4th happiest country in the world, which is just shocking when you think about it, right? It's not like Israelis are walking around with big smiles on their faces all day long. And you say that in the book. You're like, that's not really what we mean by happiness. So share what the Happiness Index actually means and why it works for Israelis.
So this happiness index is kind of a strange thing. The idea of comparing happiness of different countries is in some ways a little iffy, which is why we also like to look at the other side of the coin, the despair side, which we have, clear metrics. But it really is striking that you have in the top 10 countries, basically all the Nordic countries, and stuck there in the middle is Israel, above Sweden there somewhere. And but the interesting thing is they do ask an important question. They ask you, think about your life, and how satisfied are you with your life, 0 to 10? Imagine a ladder, 0 to 10. Where do you put yourself? And Israelis put themselves very high on that ladder. So it's not a how happy are you now in the moment, it's more of a life satisfaction question. Now, that poll that it was based on was from before both this time of strife, the judicial reform, and before the war. So we'll have to see how it comes out, but I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't change that much, believe it or not.
Okay. So you mentioned the judicial reform piece, but the whole premise of your book, it was completed just before October 7th. So how does this crisis right now, how do you think that impacts the premise of resilience and happiness? And tell us a little bit about what's going to happen in this moment vis-a-vis that.
So the crazy thing about this book is that we were pretty much finished before the judicial reform crisis struck. We had time enough to take account for it, but we were kind of scrambling and say, here we are, this is a book about solidarity in Israel and all the secrets of that, and here's Israel just tearing itself apart. This is a problem for our book, not to mention the country. And then this war happens. And now we've seen Israel go from the depths of division to the heights of unity and solidarity. And suddenly, I think we have something that helps explain where that comes from. It doesn't come overnight. And it's not, and I have trouble kind of thinking how to explain this, but it's not like after 9/11 everybody comes together. You know, there's a sense of unity. It's much more than that. It's everybody mobilizes. In fact, you know, I interviewed a few tech CEOs for something we were writing, and one of them said, we're all in Tzav Shmoneh. Tzav Shmoneh is literally order number 8. It's an idea that every Israeli knows. It's basically when you're called up to reserves. That's called Tzav Shmoneh. So everybody is either been called up into reserves literally, or is in Tzav Shmoneh in civilian terms. The whole country is mobilized, and it's amazing to see. And I actually hope, even at this time, that some of you get there. There's been some solidarity visits. It is possible to come, and it's a real amazing thing to see.
So one of the things you've talked about is this notion of coming together as a country, this notion of unity, this sense of community and belonging, and that being the antidote to loneliness in many ways. I don't know if you even know, but the US Surgeon General has said that there's a loneliness epidemic in this country. And some countries have, I think the UK has a loneliness minister, and others have happiness ministers, right? It's a crazy thing to think about, but you recognize. So can you give us some examples of how Israel is able to combat this sense of loneliness? What is it that creates this sense of community, this sense of belonging, and how can some of that stuff be exported to America, for example?
Yeah, very important. And basically, Israelis, as they're growing up, are socialized to think, you know, it's not just about you. And that's a critical thing, this idea of service and also the idea of the group. There's something bigger than you. And it starts very early. It starts in youth movements. It even starts in the classroom. There's this crazy thing in Israel, which is if a classroom is not migubash, which means kind of unified or crystallized, literally, cohesive. If your class, your home class, is not cohesive, then the teacher feels like they're a failure. The kids feel like it's a bad, you know, the kids complain, the parents are upset. And, you know, what is a classroom? I mean, that's not even a thing in America, to be unified. But in Israel, it's everything. So, you know, that's starting, and then it just keeps increasing until you get to the military. And that's the ultimate. And in some ways, the culture is preparing you for the fact that you're in the military, your life can depend on, and that everything is the unit, the mission and the unit. You cannot accomplish the mission by yourself. Right. And you have to be unified. And this idea of the group is so central to Israeli culture, and that's a big part of it.
So how do they accomplish this? I mean, Israeli society seems pretty divided between political left and political right, Arab Israelis and Jewish Israelis and Bedouins and Druze. And you've got, of course, the ultra-Orthodox and the secular, the Tel Avivniks, the Yerushalmis. Like, how does Israel, is it all about just coming together in the military and this Israeli salad of people? How do they do it leading up to the military?
So one person, a friend of mine we interviewed, said basically that what you want is a situation where no one's happy, which means, which is ironic, but by that he meant that you have all these major groups that are kind of struggling they have different visions of the country. And you can't please everyone. And if someone's too happy about their vision actually being adopted, then someone's not. And Israel, by all rights, shouldn't even be a democracy. The idea that a democracy could survive under the circumstances of Israel, not just the threat and all that, but the diversity is incredible. Yossi Klein Halevi calls it a kind of laboratory of democracy under adversity. And that's what it is. And you could say that the protests or the whole crisis was a kind of example of that getting out of whack.
Yeah. You tell the story in the book of an image that became one of the hallmark images of the judicial reform protests, where some of the anti-judicial reform protesters were in Tel Aviv and the pro were in Jerusalem, and they all wind up at the train station with the anti going up the escalator and the pro going down the escalator, and they've got their posters and their shirts, and all of a sudden they start reaching over and high-fiving and shaking each other's hands. And you tell the story, and it became an image that struck the national news. What strikes us in this country is that somebody who loves Trump and somebody who hates Trump can't even sit at the same table. So what are your lessons for us in this country? It seems like the stakes here are not even always as high as the stakes in Israel, and yet Israelis get this inherently. What lessons can Americans learn from Israelis in this case?
So one interesting thing to note is if you look at the protest movement, which I don't want to call left and right because it really is the center of Israel, was very patriotic, is very patriotic. Its symbol was the Israeli flag. And normally, you think of flag-waving people, it's more people on the right? And this was a protest where sort of anti-government protest with a sea of Israeli flags. And Micha Goodman points out that usually the more passionate and larger a protest is, the more violent it gets, and the more it gets to be against the country. This protest was nonviolent and patriotic. And that is that's an Israeli, Micha calls it an Israeli startup.
Israeli startup, for sure. Yeah, it's a pretty special thing. One of the other things that you talk about in the book is this notion of how Israelis can be so openly divided and fight and argue with loved ones and perfect strangers. And you gave some examples, and it reminded me of a story about when my wife's family, Israeli, we were going to a family kibbutz for a family wedding, and it was up in the middle of nowhere north, and we're driving around and we get lost, and my brother-in-law Mike has the guts to pull over the car and ask for directions. So good for you, Mike, because most men don't do that anyway. But in Israel, of all places, pulls over, asks for directions, and this woman starts berating him. You're an idiot. You're so far off. You have no idea where you are. What the hell's the matter with you, right? Typical Israeli, like, he doesn't know this woman. She's yelling at him. And he's like, can you help me? And she's like, give me your phone. She takes his phone, and she leads us to where we need to go, which is like 40 minutes out of her way, because that's what Israelis do, right? They have this notion of like leaning over and helping a perfect stranger. Again, I'm trying to find from you the secret sauce that we can import here to America, because we can really use a little bit more loving and healing and bringing together the disparate. So maybe share a story and an example of how we can bring this love.
Yeah, so that reminds me of a story we tell in the book. In fact, the book opens with the story of a guy named Joe McCormick, who's from Scotland. And he follows his Israeli girlfriend to Israel. And he's describing what it's like to be in Israel when the siren goes off for Yom HaZikaron or for Holocaust Memorial Day. He happened to be on a train. And the train was not anywhere near a station. The siren goes off, the train stops, everybody stands up, and it just blew him away. And this idea that everyone at one moment is doing the same thing and thinking the same kind of thoughts is really, in a way, it gets to your question about how is it that Israelis can be so divided and yet so united? And it's that kind of underlying reservoir of commonality that does it. That acts kind of as guardrails. Everybody knows at some level that if we let this get out of control, we're finished. And that's a big difference than anywhere else.
Yeah.
So he has this experience. And then, he's, in Israel, and he's driving around, and there's a little kind of, a bus cuts off a motorcycle. And the motorcycle starts banging on the bus. The motorcycle rider takes off his helmet, starts yelling at the driver, And they're going at it, and Joe is thinking, well, this is not going to end well.
Right.
And suddenly, the motorcycle guy asks the bus driver for directions. And he gives him directions, said, thanks, and takes off. And it's like, what just happened? You know, so,
yeah.
And that's Israel.
A Scottish guy can't possibly understand that, unless it's Barry Feinstein, a Scottish Jew, who we all know. But yeah, that's Israel. This notion that you said of this reservoir of communality, how do we create that here? Is it time, Saul, for us to kind of have this American national service, this requirement here, like they have in Israel? What do you think?
So, yeah. So Israel has a culture of service, and there's a huge contrast. In a way, if you think about the trajectory of Israelis compared to the trajectory of, let's say, elites in America or anywhere else, you basically have, what do you have on the horizon? You have the, in the US, you have the university getting into that school, and that's kind of a one against all process. And the Israeli has the military. And the military, it's all about working as a team, and it's about service to something larger than yourself, which creates a very different dynamic. So the ideal of service, yes, if you can inculcate that in Americans. And the good news is that there is a consensus, a bipartisan consensus in the United States about national service. It just doesn't happen. Right. But there is, in theory, there's a consensus around this, and I think it is the biggest takeaway from the book, something that can be done. Because if you take the words military service, you can keep the word service. It doesn't have to be military.
Right.
It can be any kind of service.
Right.
And that's a good start.
Sure.
I would also just point to the Mechina model. I don't know how many of you have heard of Mechinot. All three of our daughters went to one, and two of them are now counselors in different ones. And what they are is a gap year program after high school, before the Army. These kids, you know, usually 40, 50, live together. They study together. They volunteer together. They study kind of Zionism and Jewish philosophy and all these things that they never could talk about in school. And they have an amazing time, and they come out, you know, much more together. But also it kind of inculcates, again, this idea of service. It's a way of socializing people for being together, for solidarity, for community, for service.
We love this idea here of the Mechina program. The gap year program, or what we call the leap year, which is an acronym that stands for Learning, Experience, Action, and Peoplehood.
Excellent.
And our notion is, and we've done this for the last 3 years with the help of Gary and Kathy Rayant, to experiment. How do we take American Jewish kids, actually diaspora Jewish kids, how do we send them off to Israel with Israelis on a Mechina program, so it's also a relationship they have together? How do we bring them back here for a diaspora experience? My daughter last year was on a program like this, Young Judea Year Course. Young Judea is here in the audience with us, but there's a number of different organizations that are doing this now. This could be the future. This could be the way we can change how young people have true relationships with each other.
I think that the Mechina model works everywhere. In fact, they're actually doing it. They're Mechinot in Ukraine that were started before the war, and that's a whole story. But the formula works everywhere. I think it can be adapted to anywhere, and I think it's the perfect thing for the American Jewish community.
I love that. I think we are in agreement, so let's hope it takes off. In the meantime, I wanted to get your take, Saul, on how this current moment and your thesis on resilience, how it changes American Jews' relationship with Israel, and what the future can look like from your perspective.
So something simple happened. One thing that keeps Israelis together is that they're all in the same boat. And now you're in that boat. We're all in that boat. And I think what we now feel and we now know is that we all have a part to play. And that if Israel is not strong, if Israel is not what it needs to be in the world in terms of accepted in the world and successful, and I think actually what we're arguing in some ways a model in terms of society, a society that works in the modern world. If Israel is not that, with your help, then that's a problem for everyone. But also that we need you, because something dangerous happened here, many dangerous things, but a particular thing which is that President Biden, thank God for what he did. If he'd said half of what he said, we would have been happy. And instead, President Biden turned out to be like a cross between Churchill and Rambo, and it was like unbelievable. And I think, what a fluke it is that we have a president of that generation who can see things so clearly, good and bad. I mean, when is that going to happen again? But he sent aircraft carriers, and that's great for Israel, except for this. We were happy, and we needed them. And that's a bit of a shock, because we've never needed anybody else. But we were very grateful for those aircraft carriers. And we need another kind of aircraft carrier that's just made of words. And that is, we need the United States to say something very simple. And it sounds almost technical. We need the United States to say, Hamas is responsible for all the civilian casualties on both sides. Now, why is that like an aircraft carrier? The simple words. Because the whole Hamas theory of victory is to turn Israel into a pariah state and separate Israel and the United States. That's it. Yeah. And they have this brilliant situation, which is the more you attack Israel, the more Israel is blamed. It's like, it all started when you hit me back. That's their argument.
Right.
And we have to break that cycle. And the only way to break that cycle is not with pictures of beheaded babies. The issue is who's responsible for the civilian deaths on the Palestinian side. And it can't be both Hamas and Israel. It's one or the other. And if it's Israel, Israel is the pariah state, and we're in big danger. If it's Hamas, then Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran are the pariahs.
That's right.
And so there's basically, in terms of a policy, I'm thinking like a Hill staffer. The policy language is very important. So the mantra now is Israel has a right to defend itself. Right. That's not enough anymore. The next stage of that is to say Hamas is responsible for all civilian deaths on both sides. Yep. And if anybody's kind of uncomfortable with that, because it says, that Israel's perfect, doesn't ever make a mistake, that's not what it's saying. All it's saying is that, first of all, Hamas started the war. Second, it's human shields. But worse than that, of course, their goal, and they're killing Palestinians themselves who are trying to move south. Their goal is more Palestinian death. It's not a mistake, it's not a bug, it's a feature, as they say in Silicon Valley.
Amen. I think we can all get behind that message. That's our aircraft carrier. That's our way to be the soldiers. Okay, it looks like we have some questions that have been written from cards. All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to go through these, Saul. No pride of authorship here, so here we go. How does the Orthodox and Arab birth rate, which brings down the average age, impact the idea of the optimism of youth in Israel in the coming years? And apparently some version of this question was asked 10 times, according to this note.
Oh, okay.
So a few people might want to know.
Okay, so let's say the OECD average fertility rate is about 1.6. In Israel, it's double that, about 3. And people say, oh, well, that's the Haredim. And that's actually not right, because any of you who know Israelis, who know, Tel Aviv, the normal number of kids is 3. And if you have 4, that's like extra credit.
Right.
Yeah. So and that's secular, bourgeois Tel Aviv, not Haredim. The Arab birth rate actually was very high, but it's converged because the Arabs are more like normal people demographically. As they get wealthier, they have fewer kids, and their birth rate is now more or less like the Jews. It's not like the Haredim, it's like the rest of Israel's population. So.
Okay, thank you. Who or what should help with Israel literacy around the world?
Literacy in what way?
Learning about Israel history, the Arab-Israeli conflict. Who or what should be responsible for it? How do we do it?
Well, I think what we've all noticed now in the context of this crisis is that a lot of people who didn't think about it before suddenly realize they don't know how to respond to all kinds of things. And so we do need to be literate about Israel. And by the way, just while we're on kind of responding to things, this idea that Israel doesn't have a right to exist is a very sanitized thing, because what it basically means is that Israel should be destroyed.
Right.
There's no other way for it not to exist. And what that means is we have a little taste of it now in this massacre. For a few hours, we now know what it's like if Israel doesn't exist. So if someone says that Israel doesn't have a right to exist, I take that personally. My family, everyone in Israel, it's basically a genocidal statement.
Right.
I'm sorry, it is.
You don't have to apologize.
People have to realize that it's not an argument about colonialism and all that. The right to exist is about, are you for destroying Israel or not?
Right. And when you have marches and protests where the slogan is from the river to the sea, we know that means from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River. That's all of Israel. That's not arguing for a two-state solution. That's arguing for a no more Israel. And how do we make that clear to those out there who really just don't know? They're maybe the useful idiots, to use that term, that are kind of like, oh, I'm pro-Palestinian and I'm going to join this march because I feel bad that innocent Palestinians are dying, and they're marching alongside somebody that's calling for the genocide of the Jewish people. How do we teach them that they're being misled?
So there are two things. First of all, I think we shouldn't, there's a danger of spending too much time focusing on the people who hate us, who can't be convinced otherwise. Meanwhile, there's a huge group of people that love us and make us uncomfortable. And instead of embracing them and working with them together, we just ignore them, or they make us uncomfortable. But they love us, and we need allies, and we should be working with them.
You're talking about the evangelical Christians?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I'm talking about a broad swath in the middle that's very open-minded, doesn't really know, much more than where the Middle East is, Joe McCormick thought that Yasser Arafat was president of Israel. Before he met this Israeli girl. So people are ignorant, and that's okay. It's like, how much do we know about the Houthis and the Tutsis and the Irish and we don't know about anybody else's struggles, and most people are like that. We think everybody knows about the Arab-Israeli conflict. They don't, but they're open-minded, and they're inclined towards us, and we need to educate them.
That's a great point. I remember you and I both got our start in politics back in the day, and we used to talk about how there are saints, sinners, and salvageables, right? The saints are always with you, 10% of the population. The salvageables are the middle, 80%. The sinners are always going to be against you. And we get hung up by trying to address the sinners because they're the most vocal. But we should really be addressing that 60 to 80% in the middle that don't know who the president of Israel is or where Gaza is or what it looks like, because they're the ones that we can convince. So it takes discipline, though, and it takes time.
But on that question, if you were forced to talk to someone who, maybe someone in your family, is part of this group, I think it's important to understand that there's the extreme left, and there is the extreme right, and there's a lot of convergence between them. Both of them hate, and both of them hate based on identity. It's about the color of your skin or whatever identity it is. Like for the right wing, Jews aren't white enough. Right. And for the left wing, we're too white. Right. But either way, it's the color. And that's wrong, because what you want, the problem is liberal democracy. I mean, the basic idea, whether you're conservative or liberal, it doesn't matter, but there's this concept of liberal democracy that we're all supposed to believe in. And the people who are out of that consensus need to be fought. And we know that we need to fight the right wing, so we have to feel that way towards the extreme left, because they're just as dangerous. And the extreme left needs to think for a moment and think, why am I on the same side as the extreme right? If there's an Israel protest, the extreme left would be standing on the same side as the Ku Klux Klan and the white supremacists. Isn't there something wrong there?
Something wrong there, absolutely. We've always talked for a long time amongst my friends here that it's not a political spectrum, it's a political circle. And the far ends actually reach each other. Exactly. Because it's a fascist tendency of not wanting to coexist with anyone who sees the world differently from you. And they both kind of merge at the end. Okay, in our remaining minute here, I'm going to ask you one last question from this stack that I have here, Saul. What one takeaway do you have for our audience today? One takeaway from your book, one takeaway from this moment. What do you want this group to leave here with today?
Well, I do think it gets back to a secret to living, a secret to the modern world, which is that humans are not meant to be alone. And we need to build societies we need to combat the natural tendency of modern life to move more and more towards individualism. There's nothing to balance it anymore. And the secret of Israeli society is this balance, and actually the Jewish people. We quote Jonathan Sacks, who asked Paul Johnson, the historian who wrote the book, The History of the Jews. Sacks asked Johnson, so, you wrote this, what's your big takeaway? And his big takeaway was that the Jews somehow found a balance between individualism and collectivism or group or community. And that's a magical thing. And Israelis have built on that. And so, actually, I want to just read you a quote from a guy named Sebastian Junger. And we use this. He says, he's an author who talks a lot about war, and he's a war correspondent, and he's studied the kind of bonds that happen there and compared to civilian society. And he says, humans don't mind hardship. In fact, they thrive on it. What they mind is not feeling necessary. Modern society has perfected the art of making people not feel necessary. So Israelis feel necessary. They feel like they belong to something. And now more than ever. So that's my message.
And I would make the case that if we broaden that, Jewish peoplehood ensures that all of us are necessary. We're all a part of this family, and that's why we're all here today, and that's why we're going to continue this fight. So thank you, Saul, for being with us today. Thank you so much for joining us. Pick up his book, The Genius of Israel.
Please welcome Dr. Bitten, Rosh Kehila, Downtown Minyan Community, New York City, and Fellow at Shalom Hartman Institute.
In this dark and difficult time, while we mark and commemorate the Shloshim, the 30 days of mourning since the October 7th massacre, while we are still burying our dead and tending our wounded, while we pray and will do everything in our capacity to bring our hostages home, while the entire Israel has mobilized for war against Hamas, we have seen a resurgence of anti-Semitism around the world, from Russia to France, and here in America, in our campuses and in our streets. It is precisely now that we must ask new questions. And so, I turn to you, I turn to us at the closing of this Z3 conference. And I want to ask, what does it mean to be an American Zionist? From the time that I was a little girl, I thought that I understood the meaning of Zionism. My Zionism was my mother's example, how she and her sister left their family and their Spanish city of Melilla behind and moved to Israel when she was just 12 years old. My Zionism was my own family's aliyah, when my father led a group of 40 families that moved together from Argentina to Israel. My Zionism were the dozens of books that my parents bought to make sure that my siblings and I would not forget Hebrew, that we would not forget Israel, even as we returned to South America. My Zionism were the heroes and the heroines of those books. My Zionism was Sarah Aronson, the pioneer and spy of Nili, who fought the Ottomans, dreaming of Jewish independence. My Zionism were the brave underground fighters who went up against the British mandate and did everything in their capacity to smuggle in Jews fleeing the Nazi horror of Europe to give them nothing less than life in mandatory Palestine. My Zionism were the letters of Yoni Netanyahu, Michtavei Yoni, his idealism, his courage, his optimism, these values, these traits that were open for the entire world to see in the audacious Entebbe rescue, where he lost his life. And I must admit, embarrassed, that my Zionism assumed that these hard times, these challenges, were all in the past. I envied those men and women who sacrificed so much to give us a state of Israel. I thought the glory of the Zionist founders were just a memory that we could look at, something that happened a long time ago. I took the safety and the existence of Israel for granted. My Zionism took the sacrifice, the heroism of the founders of the State of Israel for granted. And I think much of our American Zionism has done the same. Our American Zionism has deep and beautiful and strong and stubborn roots. And we, whether we were born here or whether we moved here, we should be proud of everything that our communities have accomplished in supporting Israel, the national project of the Jewish people. But our Zionism was based on luxury beliefs, beliefs that were shattered on October 7th. We believed that Israel faced no more existential threats. Oh, how wrong we were. We believed that we Jews around the world face no more Jew hatred. Oh, how naive we were. Now, the reason that we had these luxury beliefs is that our generation experienced decades of peace and calm and prosperity, so much so that intellectuals began talking of the end of history. And so, we stopped thinking of Israel as embattled, and we began talking of it only as a startup nation. And so we sent hundreds of thousands of young Jews from the diaspora. We sent them on a free trip to Israel. And we told them this was their birthright. And we did not ask from them or demand from them to think of Israel as their obligation in return. And so we allowed ourselves to engage in petty infighting, gatekeeping fellow Zionists because we disagreed with them on questions of politics or policy. And we did this while offering excuses and platitudes and the soft bigotry of low expectations for a small but loud group of young American Jews who have imbibed and now promote a new and dangerous form of anti-Zionism. But this illusion of safety is over. The sadism of October 7th, the massacre, the fact that it's been a month and our babies, our elders, our beautiful people are still in the hands of Hamas. The anti-Semitism that we see, the mobilization of Israeli society, the absolute moral bankruptcy of so many enlightened parts in the West that cannot condemn terrorism when its victims are Israeli Jews. Our complacency is shattered. And so it is precisely now, at this moment, that we must forge a new American Zionist covenant. We must lead a new movement. We must become a new generation. We must become a new generation of American Zionists. We who have witnessed the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. How dare we not pick up the shattered pieces of our illusions and our assumptions and forge a new path forward for our people and for the world. Our new American Zionism must be based on two unimpeachable truths. The first truth is that we are back in Jewish history. That the words that we say every Passover, every Pesach, שבכל דור ודור עומדים עלינו לכלותנו, that in every generation they rise up against us to destroy us, that these words are true. The courage of the founding father of political Zionism, Theodor Herzl, was in his clear-eyed vision. He understood that there is no country, there is no society, there is no place, there is no time in the world that is too enlightened, that is too progressive to be immune to the poison of anti-Semitism. And today, let us recognize, thank God, we are nowhere near as precarious as 19th and 20th century Jews. Thank God we have friends, we have allies, we have people of good conscience who are ready to stand with us. But we must accept the truth of our vulnerability. Our mandate from October 7th, our mandate from Jewish history, our mandate from Jewish memory, our mandate from the millions of Jewish parents who could not protect their children is clear. Our first truth as American Zionists is that we are back in Jewish history. Our second truth as American Zionists is that even as much of the world has not changed, even as hatred of Jews runs rampant, that we have changed. We are not passive. We are not helpless. We will not accept the world as it is, with its brokenness and with its hatred. We will fight back, we will rise, we will do everything to achieve the world as it should be. This was the double brilliance of Herzl. Herzl wanted to fight the oppression endemic to Jewish history, not by waiting for the world to change, but by demanding that we Jews change. And this was the truth that he gave to early Zionists. Early Zionists were outnumbered. They had little to no political capital, but they would not give up. They would not stop. They would not cease dreaming. They would believe in the impossible. They would believe in miracles. They would do everything in their power to make the impossible happen. And they succeeded. They created a national homeland for the Jewish people. They made the desert bloom. This was their truth. And in this truth, they were inspired. They reclaimed the past of Jewish history. Early Zionists reclaimed biblical and Second Temple history with its Jewish defiance and its Jewish military might. Early Zionists reclaimed Samson, Shimshon, how when he was blind and bound, he still stood up against his Philistine captors and brought them down. Early Zionists reclaimed the voice of prophetess Devorah Neviah, who led her people in song into battle and into victory. Early Zionists reclaimed the Maccabees and how they stood up defiant against the might of the Greek Empire. Early Zionists reclaimed the courage of the rebels at Metzadah, who stood up and refused to give in. They gave up their life before they submitted to their enemies. Early Zionists reclaimed the might of Bar Kokhba, the glory, who was able to raise up an army of Jewish warriors who stood up against the Romans. Early Zionists reclaim the spirit of defiance, the spirit of Jewish might, of refusing to accept the world as it is, and instead fight for the world as it should be. And we have seen this spirit, this Zionist spirit, emerge as a shining beacon of light in Israel since October 7th. We have seen our brothers and sisters in Israel who, while anxious and grieving and wounded, have risen up like a nation of lions, like a people of warriors, like a Zionist people. They have risen up with a Zionist spirit of heads held high, looking at a world that is often hostile, confident in the moral righteousness of their path, and united in absolute solidarity and absolute love for each other. And so this must be right now our new American Zionist covenant, one forged in the fire of October 7th. These are our truth. Our first truth is that much of the world is not going to change, and that we're back in Jewish history. Our second truth is that even as the world hasn't changed, even as Bechol Dor Vador is here, that we must be nothing less and nothing more than the heirs of the Zionist founders who tell us right now to rise up and to fight back with everything that we have in us. And if these are our truth, the following must be our promises. Never again shall we take Israel's security and our safety for granted. Never again shall we be passive and wait for those who hate us to rediscover their own humanity. Never again shall we be Jews with trembling knees, apologizing for our very existence. And never, ever, ever, ever shall we give in to despair. Friends, this calling that is before us right now, this new covenant, this moment, we have been here before in Jewish history. In the most intense part of the book of Esther, our heroine queen is in the Persian palace, alone, terrified, her Jewish identity hidden, knowing that her people are in absolute danger. And her uncle Mordechai turns to her and tells her words that we hear here, right now. He tells her, Esther, if you remain quiet at this time, salvation and deliverance will come to the Jewish people from a different place, but you and your family will be forgotten. Esther, he tells her, the question before you is not whether the Jewish people will survive. We are the people of eternity. We will survive anything. The question before you, the calling that you have right now at this time, Mordechai says, is whether you will be the one to author the salvation of your people. Umi yodea, he adds, and who knows, Umi yodea, im le'et kazot igat lamalchut. If it is not for this reason, for this purpose, that you are here in this palace wearing this crown. Friends, all of us sitting here today, this is the question. This is our calling. This is our opportunity for us to hear the words of Mordechai and for us to right now, use the crowns that we were given, the palaces that we have entry to, the talents, the abilities, the resources that we have, and we can choose right now to follow in Esther's example and to courageously step forward and step up for the salvation and deliverance of our people. And this calling, this question of Jewish history, it didn't only come a long time ago in Persia to our Jewish queen. Not too long ago, in this very land, it was 1948, and Golda Meir was sent to raise money to buy weapons for the Jewish community in Israel. The Zionist founders were under no illusions. They knew they were going to face an onslaught of Arab armies sworn to their destruction. They did not know what would happen. They knew that if they were to lose, the consequences would be catastrophic. And they understood that even if they were to win, the cost would be incredibly heavy. Golda Meir flew to Chicago. and she stood in front of the Council of Jewish Federations, anxious but determined. I want to say to you, friends, she said, that the Jewish community in Palestine will fight to its very end. If we have arms, we will fight with those. And if not, we will fight with stones in our hands. Her words are unambiguous. The Zionist spirit is clear. Our calling, our covenant, our American Zionism is to join, is to look at whatever crowns we have, whatever arms, whatever stones, to use our prayers, our voices, our wallets, our political capital, our American values, our very souls, and to do everything to become lifelong warriors for our people. Friends, we have difficult days ahead. But we cannot and must not give in to despair. We cannot and will not abandon our brothers and sisters in Israel. We will not stop praying. We will not stop doing everything in our capacity to bring our hostages home. And we will do this. We will rise as a people of warriors for our nation, for our society, for humanity at large, with our heads held high and proud. So let us declare the following. Ani ma'amin. I believe. We believe. Ani ma'amina be'emunah shelema. I believe with complete faith. We believe that the state of Israel and the people of Israel will overcome this darkest of chapters and will rise up strong. Ani ma'amin. I believe, we believe, that we will partner with friends and allies and people of good conscience around the world, and we will fight back against anti-Semitism and build a better society for all. Ani ma'amin. I believe, we believe. I believe with complete faith that one day we will see the prophecy of Isaiah come true, that we will see peace, that nation shall not lift up sword against nation, not shall they learn and teach more any war. I believe with complete faith in the efforts of those who even now have the courage to plant seeds for peace, those who dream of a day in which the children of Abraham, Israelis and Palestinians, Jews and Muslims can coexist, in which parents everywhere can give their children a future free from terror and filled with love. Ani ma'amin. We believe, I believe, that if each and every one of us rises up, that if we are united, that if we do everything in our capacity, that if we uphold this new American Zionist covenant, that our communities can rise up strong and help write the next chapter of our people. Ani ma'amin. I believe, we believe. Im tirtzu, en zo agada. If we will it, it is no dream. Am Israel Chai.
Please welcome our Bay Area rabbis.
We are here representing the South Peninsula rabbinic community. We're here because we believe that we are Jews and that our superpower is hope. We believe and hope for the return of the hostages. We stand here and hope that somehow this can bring a better future and Israel at peace with its neighbors. And we're here to sing and lead us in Hatikva, in the hope to be Liot Am Choshi, to be a free people in our land, safe and at peace. Let's rise for the national anthem of the State of Israel.
Yehudi homiya uzfatei mizrach kadima ayin lezion sofiya od lavda tikvateinu בארצנו, ארץ ציון בירושלים, להיות עם חופשי בארצנו, ארץ ציון בירושלים.
Thank you, friends. This concludes our closing plenary. Please make your way to the Midrachov for our community reception. And we have some items in Lost and Found, which can be collected across the walkway in Building B. Good night.